Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, my favorite gamers to tonight's Wednesday stream. I hope you're doing well, everybody. I hope you're doing well. If not, then I have a Fanta Black Pill for you. I swear I'm not trying to make you, try to get made, Canadian made here. I swear that's not the intent of my channel, but it sure is looking like that's the case, that the right things are going. But anyway, hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well, chat. I'm dying from head hurt. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, my dude. Take some. If it's not like super harsh, so if you're dying, it sounds like it does sound like it's bad. Take some arnica. Get some like really strong arnica, like 1M or something like that, to help you with it. Or if you need a function, just take the autism pills. That's what I do. Yeah, I know it's not healthy, but listen, when you have to do stuff, right? When you have to function and actually be a responsible adult, you just have to sometimes take the autism pills. In that case. So, oh, it seems like Kick is still in the step chat status and not showing up on the stream feed. What did Kick do this time to be put in timeout? Nothing. I don't know why it's not working, and I keep on forgetting to ask stream to try to fix it. And which I just right before stream started, like literally like right before I hit the button, well, to switch to this little chatting thing from the just starting screen. I messaged him being like, listen, before I forget for the millionth time, we gotta fix this. Because I just keep forgetting. Like, I just have such a bad memory. If something's wrong with stream, I remember one during stream, but I can't fix it on stream, right? But as soon as stream's over, I'm like, okay, moving on to the next thing. And then I just kind of forget. So, this fandom is a suicide pack. For legal reasons, that is not the case. For legal reasons, outside of legal reasons, it basically is. I mean, if we have time today, I might be able to get into some, like, gray/white pills. So, well, that's the case. But I am planning on watching Trump's address to the nation tonight. It's supposed to start at 1 p.m. ET, so roughly an hour. Here. We'll probably be interrupting the Birthright citizenship topic to watch it, which I don't really like doing, but I actually want to watch it live, because most of the time I actually miss the address to the nations because it happens before stream, and I never start my stream early for reasons, laziness, and yeah, and all kind of stuff. So I actually want to watch it live, here.
Is it the Jews?
And that's great. So
I'm assuming it's always
yay!
the
I caught the
Jews.
psyop at the beginning of the stream. Nice. Yay! Thank you for stopping by. I hope you like Fed posting because I'm a Fed and therefore I will arrest you if you say anything super spicy. Yeah. When I first followed here and Kick said 10,000 hours before I could chat. Well, yeah. Sorry about that. For the Kick Bros. We have it on followers only to avoid bots. And there's been some updates to the followers only mode, and so now I can actually make a custom time. So now you just have to wait for a minute, because like we reduced it to 6 minutes. The 6 minutes is still actually a long time when you just follow the chat. But now there's a custom mode in place. And so I just put it down to a minute. I tried doing it for like 30 seconds, but I wasn't able to do that. So it looks like the minute is the shortest. But it's just a way to avoid bots, so my apology, Kick Bros. Actually, speaking of Kick Bros, before I forget as well, because once again, memory of a goldfish, early onset dementia, nothing to see here, folks. But, I drum roll, please. I have some amazing news. I am finally a Kick partner. I am finally a Kick partner. So what that means is that I get paid for you, dear viewer, to be a warm body. Literally just being on Kick and watching me. You don't have to, you can literally lurk. You can literally just lurk. Okay? Don't have to chat anything like that. I get paid for your presence over here. And so I am extremely happy about that. I have been streaming consistently on Kick for almost a year. In this case, I say consistently because when I began streaming, I streamed on Kick for a little bit. Then I stopped because of stupid reasons. And then I started again when I got banned off Twitch back in last June. So, finally, I've hit all the requirements to actually be a Kick partner because I decided to actually play it fair and square. Okay, I'm not an Indian trying to scam anything. There's apparently some fast track programs that I probably could have joined to become a Kick partner. But I was doing my best to play fair and square and hit all the metrics that they wanted to become a Kick partner, and I finally hit that. Thanks to you. Thanks to you, dear viewer. For being here and supporting me and helping me hit the numbers that I need to do, because at the end of the day, the platforms only care about numbers, not the individual of you, the individual in this case. But I am superior than that, and I care about you, the individual, because I am homosexual in that case. And so thank you guys for allowing me to hit that. And that's even more of a reason why you should go over the Kick, because if you'd like to support me in the channel, just being on Kick helps support me and the content. I have a couple projects coming up the pipeline and different things like that I hope you guys will enjoy. And being able to make content for you guys is a wonderful experience. I'm trying not to be too homosexual and faking gay in this case, but I really do mean it. And so thank you guys for allowing me to do that. Thank you. That's right, chatter. She gets paid for your gooning. Exactly. If you're just watching my stream as I'm screaming about how much I hate women and jerking off, guess what? I'm getting paid for that. If you're watching my stream as I'm yelling about how much I hate browns, and how I want them all trebucheted out of my country, sink or swim style, guess what? While you're going into that rant of mine, right? While you're slurping the schlong in this case, I get paid for that. So yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. As a congrats, I just re-upped my sub. Well, thank you, Devil in Red. Thank you so much. Thank you. This warm body on Kick is in the middle of a 7-hour road trip. Oh damn, that's a long road trip. Well, I hope you're having a good road trip. I hope I can provide you some not so quality entertainment, because let's be honest, a woman yapping, in that case. But I hope you have a good 7-hour road trip and don't die. Isn't Kick the platform where you watch people being run over by cars and shit? No. Kick is just an alternative live streaming platform competitor to Twitch, which is it's green Twitch, but a million times better, because you just basically have Twitch. Right, it's a better live streaming platform than YouTube is, because it's specifically made for live streams in particular. And so it's like Twitch in a lot of aspects, where it has like the emotes. Even for non-subs, you can still get emotes in this case. You have the subby bubbies. You have the live streaming player is built better in this case. You have like the raids and everything like that, which I know YouTube has that, but it's like not the same in that case. For it, like, it's basically everything is copied from Twitch. It's green Twitch, but with a much better policies, TOS policies, much better freedom of speech and different things like that, which allows it to have some crazy scenarios like running people over with cars. Though to be fair, I can never say his fucking name. Clavicular did get banned off Kick, because Kick has had to tighten their stuff up a little bit because it got a little bit too crazy, right? In that case, but they have much better freedom of speech. And the Kick representatives have been very nice to me. I've been on the front page a couple times already, thanks to them. And I like Kick a lot. And so I'm very happy to finally be a partner in this case, because I like, obviously at the end of the day, I want you guys to use your preferred platforms, because you, the viewer, is the most important thing, right? What you want and what's the most comfortable for you is more important. Because I'm just a random woman on the internet, number 100,052 in this case, right? I'm another fish in the sea. There's nothing special about this other random ethos in this case. And so, but you, the viewer, have decided to take your time out of your day to watch me for some reason. I don't fucking know why. But hey, I'm not complaining. And so therefore, what you want and what you desire is the most important thing in this case. However, since I am an ethot, if you wish to support me a little bit better, because I am a simple whore, Kick is the way to go. You get you get the emotes in this case. You get the fun subby bubbies. You're not giving money to YouTube because YouTube's got censorious policies, as we can see from Adpocalypse back in 2016 with PewDiePie, and then COVID in 2020 up to like 2023 roughly in that case, where a bunch of people got demonetized for just speaking out about the horribleness that the government was doing it to us. But it's fine, right? All that fun stuff with it. Plus, it obviously benefits me. Right? I'm not gonna lie. I get a 95-5 split. Plus, now I get the whole being paid for warm bodies thing. Like, overall, it's just a win-win-win. So, if Kick is the superior platform for live streams. Use YouTube for like VODs and videos and different things like that. But hey, I'm biased. But it's all thanks to you guys for making this happen in the first place. Thank you. Thank you. In my case, I was forced by YouTube themselves to engage on Kick. Hey, it's a win in my book. Oh, thank you, Johnny Ryu, for the 5 get the subby bubbies over on Kick. Thank you. Hell, more subby bubbies for the new peeps over on Kick. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you. Why is your mic volume always so low? Because I'm retarded and I don't know how to do audio balancing. I'm not even joking. I literally don't know, like, how to fix it. One day I probably will fix it, but clearly not today. I also just need to get in the habit of speaking louder because I naturally have a more quiet voice, and it takes a minute for me to like ramp up and different things like that. But yeah, it's something that I need to fix sometime never. I just like collecting points and chatting's better here. See, you get fun little colors. You get the points that you can only use on headpats because I am a horrible live streamer. And yeah, like it's a win-win-win overall. Maybe in 2030 she will figure it out. Yeah. I bought recently a audio interface, and I just need to get it set up because I'm kind of scared to actually get it set up because I'm afraid I'm gonna break something. Like, everything technically works, right? Like, yeah, I'm quiet, but everything works. You don't have any, like, weird background noise. You don't hear the furnace above my head because I'm in a closet that's literally 5 feet away from a furnace with thin walls and everything like that, right? Everything technically works. And so I'm scared to actually use the audio interface. But I also I hope it actually fixes the quiet problems and stuff like that. I just need to actually get it set up. So, but that's with me, if I start something, it takes like 6 months for me to finish it, okay? If that. Once again, why are you here? Anyways, just press all the buttons on the computer till it's fixed. That tends to break stuff, but that is my preferred method. That is true. That is very true. That is very, very true. Speaking of thanking Kick Bros for the support, thank you, well, Double and Red once again for your resubby bubby for 3 months in a row. Castle Baron for your subby bubby for 4 months in a row. And then Dan JD92 for subby bubby on a non-streaming day. Damn, I respect that. For becoming a subby bubby on a day that I'm not actually streaming. So that's some dedication there. Thank you so much, my dude. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'd rather you get it more than YouTube. I appreciate it. I mean, obviously, YouTube is like the platform, right? It's not like Twitch where it's like slowly dying and decaying and everybody's just kind of on it because it's a sinking ship and we're all in this together situation. YouTube's actually like a good platform when it comes to content and discoverability and different things like that. There is actually lots of benefits for YouTube. But after seeing so many of my favorite creators for so many years become demonetized, lose their channels, be run off the platform, the mass censorship, all those various things that have occurred over time, I just don't trust it. Like, yeah, right now YouTube's pretty good, pretty secure. The censorship is not actually that severe. But all it takes is like the Democrats being in charge again, or Trump losing steam as he's doing, or just something else, right? So something else happens, and it's just like, oh, well, It's all down together. Congratulations. You wasted your time in your life in this case. And I just I don't want to support it. Plus, it's ran by Indians now. Like first we had a woman, then she died of cancer. Now we have an Indian. And I don't trust it. I don't trust it. It's a matter of time. Thank you, Lucifer the Doberman, for the 100 warp tokens. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Was that a High School Musical 1 reference? Maybe. I like to make song references, okay? And I was a small child when High School Musical was a massive thing, and so I actually have their songs ingrained in my head, even though I haven't listened to them since the movies came out. It's a horrible problem. So we got the all in this together thing. There's also the one song where like, hey better sling. I just wanna do my thing. Hey better sling. That's the only other part that I remember in that case. But I still have it. It's a core memory, as the kids say. And then there's another one. I'm forgetting it now. But it's one with, I think, no, Sharpay was from The Sweet Life and Sack of Cody. But the actress that played Sharpay. Oh, there's also the I don't dance, I say you can, not a chance, whoa. If I can do this, then you can do that, but I don't dance, whoa. There's also that one, too. Like I said, I haven't seen those movies since they came out when I was like 5 years old or something like that. But they were such a cultural influence at the time that they're just permanently a part of me. You got that backwards, and I hate that I know that. Oopsies, sorry about that. I was listening to rap like Birdman, Wacka, Flacka, Flame, Lil Wayne, and Soulja Boy when the dance was new. I don't know any of that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Theater kid confirmed? No, I wasn't a theater kid. I was just a very small child when it came out, and like it was all the rage of little girls. I had like I don't even know if I really actually liked the movie. I think I kind of liked it just because everyone else liked it. Like at Girl Scout camp, we watched the movies, and then I had like a High School Musical water bottle, and there was like other merch and different things like that. It was just like one of those things that it was just popular, kind of like Frozen. I get well, probably would be like the other equivalent I can think of. Though Frozen kind of broke the glass ceiling a few dozen times in that case when it comes to popularity. But like it was all the rage when I was all but a small child. Shut Up and Dance With Me is a pretty good song to dance to. Well, that's by Walk the Moon. Unless there's actually Shut Up and Dance With Me from High School Musical that I don't remember. But whenever I think of Shut Up and Dance, I think of Walk the Moon, which is they're not technically a one-hit wonder because they had like the 1 Foot song that became a little bit popular, which by the way, fun fact, here's your random nonsensical musical fact of the day that has nothing to do with anything and nobody could care about it, right? So I got a little bit into Walk the Moon for a while there, and Shut Up and Dance is from their second album. It's obviously their most popular song. It's what got them on the radio and everything like that. But just like all bands in the modern age, they became very rainbow-fied, support gay rights and different things like that. But like it was just kind of like the moderate amount that modern bands do. But then Walk the Moon kind of went dark for a few years. I was like, okay, they're just working on another album, whatever the case is. But then the lead singer comes out and he's like a flamboyant homosexual. He got his hair cut and then like shaved on the sides and had like rainbow flag on and everything like that. And then they released the song 1 Foot, which is like 1 foot in front of the other. Whoa, 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 whoa. It's a horrible song. Anyways, turns out that the girl that he wrote Shut Up and Dance broke up with him. And he fucking lost his mind and turned gay. And then he wrote 1 Foot about how he was getting over that girl. And so now he is just gay. Now, to be fair, that song came out many years ago, so maybe he's calmed down a little bit. Maybe he's back at the being straight. But I just kind of found that funny that I mean, I say funny, but it's a really tragic, twisted thing where his whole the whole song that made them popular, put them on the map. Sort of kind of a one-hit wonder-ish, depending on what your definition of a one-hit wonder is. That they have to play at every single concert because it's literally the song. And the girl he wrote it broke up with him, made him lose his mind and turned him gay. And he still has to sing that song. Yeah, so I don't know if he's calmed down or not. I'm not I didn't super again the Walk the Moon. I like their first two albums, because Shut Up and Dance actually comes from the second album. They have a self-titled, which is better, which is not that bad. They're not amazing albums, they're nothing too crazy. They're relatively mid, but they're listenable in that case, right? If they come on, they're they got it's okay. It's okay. But yeah. I just found that funny. So there you go. Random music fact of the day. Imagine being that Ford, yeah. Wow, I did not know that he pops off and now is a gay man. Well, listen, most men, when a girl breaks up with them, they just go to the gym, right? And then they fix her life. Or in the case of the lead singer of Walk the Moon, they just turn gay. Never even heard of that band? Well, you've probably heard of Shut Up and Dance. Shut up and dance with me. This moment is my destiny. She said, woo-hoo. Shut up and dance with me. Portugal's a better song than Shut Up and Dance, but anyway, that's a different that's a different story there. Floyd Rock. Hey, listen. What can I say? I have a vagina. And my taste is dictated by my vagina that way. That's simple. Anyways. Let me blow my nose and catch up with super chats because I got started talking about music, and once I start talking about music, it's hard to get me off that train because it's one of the few things I'm actually passionate about, okay? I have I can count on one hand the things I'm passionate about. And it's one of them. It's one of them. I have a bunch of other random musical facts that I know of that is completely useless, but hey, I know something, I guess. Anyway, just like the microphone. AJ the Groundhog, thank you for the $2. What animal are you based on? All of them. Just kidding. I'm a wolf and a dragon and a human. 1/3 wolf, 1/3 dragon, and 1/3 human. 100% retard. An amalgamation, you could say. Amalgamation retardation. Yeah. Oh shit, I didn't get Ko-Fi pulled up. I'm a bad streamer. It's okay. Let's see here. Thank you, Rebel Band Physics, for the $2 dues. Up on the Vampire the Masquerade game, and even as a vampire, you're still spiritually Brazilian. Shake man. First Aryan you meet strikes fear in your heart, grooming an Aryan boy into a new human monster. Travel with a trans surgeon femboy. The poor father fleeing from the power of God. Hashtag alien isolation. I will add your $2 dues to alien isolation then. And listen. In my defense, I almost got the stream demonetized at the very end because I called the enemy an unscrupulous Jew. Which I didn't think that was that bad, but hey, not my channel. Not my channel. Plus we're literally role-playing as Nazis. So I think I was able to prove my Aryan status there. That was funny and in character. Yeah, thank you here. Amal's a Soviet science experiment. No, I'm an Aryan science experiment, okay? Only German scientists can test on me, and that's the right way to go. That's the right way to go. Does that make you mixed race? Yes, which is why I'm the biggest racist you will ever meet. That's how it works. Remember, chat. The most right-wing Discord servers are the gayest and the brownest. I don't make the rules, it's just the logic of the internet. Flight from Syracuse had re-uploaded his newest video. Toucan2 must have not liked it, LMAO. Yeah, so I was planning on reacting that to tonight. Because I'm a React Slop VTuber now, congratulations. But then there's the whole Donald Trump address supposed to be happening, plus the Birthright citizenship, so that might be moved over to Friday. It's actually a copyright issue that had to get re-uploaded. So not because YouTube was being gay, it's just a copyright thing. So I guess in a way, yeah. I mean, it's still kind of gay, but not the worst. Not the worst, you know what I mean? In that case, it just sucks because he had a decent amount of views on that video. So I feel bad for him because that's well, to number friend for a second. Can't say the word because we're not an hour in. From the back end of things, views matter a lot. If he didn't know that, fun fact, views matter a lot when it comes to videos, and he had a decent amount of them before it got taken down. It looks like he's actually regained decently well, because most people don't rewatch a video when it's been re-uploaded since they've already watched it once, and that hurts your channel, it hurts your analytics, it makes YouTube hate you even more, you lose all the money, all that fun stuff. Like, it really fucks you up when you get a video deleted, and you have to re-upload it. It looks like he's regained decently well, so it's not the complete end of the world, but it's definitely was probably a big hit for him. And so I do feel bad, even if it's just a copyright issue in that case, because the work he puts into his channel is amazing. And he deserves a lot of respect, especially for how he is literally Icarus, flying close to the sun like that. So he deserves everything he can get. So if you've watched the original upload of the Flight from Syracuse video that he uploaded a few days ago, just rewatch the second one. Put it, well, actually don't put it on mute, because rumor has it YouTube actually knows when you put videos on mute, and so therefore it doesn't actually count your view nowadays. That's a rumor. I'm not sure how true that is. Maybe put it on like low, let it run in the background for like 5 to 10 minutes, and YouTube would like you a lot for that. He will like you for that. Get him on the Archcast. I do not have that power. And I don't know if Arch was gonna take that risk. So, you have to mute the tab, and I won't. No, that sounds good. Speaking of supporting channels and different things like that, for those that are staying on YouTube and don't want to become a warm body on Kick, if you could so kindly like the stream, that would be greatly appreciated. I know this is gay and homoerotic right now, but I usually don't like the beg. Well, actually, I do like the beg. But anyways, that would be greatly appreciated, because right now, supposedly, all that YouTube cares about is likes. When it comes to things like this, they change their mind every 6 months. But still, if you could like the stream, you know, don't even have to subscribe, just like the stream, hit the button. Don't dislike it, please, I beg you. That would be greatly appreciated. Yeah. Anyway. Shield time over for now. For now, at least. Let's actually get into the Birthright citizenship topic, because I do want to talk about it a little bit, at least before the Trump addresses the nation, which is supposed to be at like 9 p.m. Eastern time. So in like 40 minutes, Trump is supposed to address the nation. We won't get to like everything about the Birthright citizenship. We'll probably have to interrupt it. But in the meantime, women. Okay, so last year when Trump got into office, he made many executive orders and put them in place, including ending birthright citizenship, which is a really stupid policy that America has in place now, thanks to the 14th Amendment being taken out of context, where if an illegal comes in and pops out a baby, even though that illegal belongs in Mexico or Russia or China or wherever the case is, that baby of theirs is now a U.S. citizenship. Has U.S. citizenship just because they exist. They were born in America, therefore they're a U.S. citizen. They were born in a stable, so now they're a horse. So that's literally the logic behind it. It's fucking retarded. In this case, yes, I'm very biased, but I'm in this case, do not expect partial reporting on this. This is something that's absolutely abysmal, in my strong personal opinion. And actually, a lot of cases, but still. And like the United States is like the only thing that has this. The rest of the world does not have birthright citizenship because it's insane to think about. Like some random foreigner comes to your country, they just pop out a baby, and the baby's American. It's retarded. No other functioning country in the entirety of the world, no matter how backwater and third world and poor, has this. It's never been the case in the entirety of human history before. It's simply America because we're the melting pot. You know, anyone can be an American. Which is, by the way, a Jewish psyop created randomly in the 20th century. Just because they want to subvert our nation. It's a very cool process. I love it so much. Anyways, and so Trump made an executive order trying to earn the birthright citizenship, but it has to go through the Supreme Court. And now the Supreme Court ruling is today, so on April 1st. You can't make this shit up. And it's probably going to be struck down because we have women on the court. Women literally ruin everything. Like, they shouldn't be in politics, and they definitely should not be in positions of power. I say this as a woman in politics. Please get me out of here. Put me in the kitchen and change and impregnate me. That's literally all I asked for. Is that so? I know. Anyway, getting out of the. I went a little bit too fetishy there, but regardless, the point remains that women should not be in politics because that requires them to be mean. They actually have to make informed, logical decisions, and women vote and decide based off their emotions. Including me. My emotions are, kick all the Browns out of my fucking country, you fucking analyze. I don't want you here. I will pull the color swatch out, and if you are too dark, you get deported. It's that simple. But what can I say? I go based off of the Naturalization Acts of 1790, you know, back when America was being founded by the Founding Fathers. Where that any alien, being a free white person who shall have resided within the limits and under the jurisdiction of the United States in the term of 2 years, may be admitted to become citizen thereof, on any application to any common law court or record, and this in any one of the states wherein he shall have resided for the term of 1 year at least, and making proof to this satisfaction of such court that he is a person of good character, and taking the oath or affirmation prescribed by law to support the Constitution of the United States, which oath or affirmation such court shall administer, and the clerk of such court shall record such application, the proceedings thereon, and thereupon such person shall be considered as a citizen of the United States. That's my definition of American and a citizen in this case, and even then, I still want an immigration moratorium for like a good 15 to 20 years to deport all the illegals and the legals, and then we can maybe slowly but surely reopen our borders and allow people in from Europe. Maybe just Western, not Eastern. We'll have some like tight limitations on the amount of people that actually can come in. You know, but basically like the Western world, and you know, we'll have the color swatch out, but a girl can dream. A girl can dream. I know it's not realistic, right? I'm getting way beyond birthright citizenship at this point. But it's just a ridiculous notion that you can just pop a baby out and now it's a horse. It's great. It's great. No other country has this, but we have to because we're the melting pot. Duh. Here. And the reason why I titled the stream is because of women. It's because you got 9 Supreme Court judges here. Okay, you got 9 of these peeps, and 4 of them are women, right? And all the women are voting against this, basically. And you need 5 out of the 9 to let this pass, right? They'll approve it, and we have one man that's betraying it. Like, we got Alito's a yes, he's a man. Thomas is a yes, he's a black man. So, hey, what? Uncle Tom for the win. Gorsuch is a yes, another man. Kavanaugh is a yes. Everything comes down to Amy Coney Barrett, which is this woman right here, right? Because these three women are guaranteed no. Like, we got some sort of, like, Asian woman, we got a black woman, and then we got some other fucking woman here. Probably Jewish, knowing the statistics in this case, but I probably shouldn't make a claim like that. In this case. And then we have this guy. I think it's this guy. Yeah, this guy here in the middle of that's also voting no. So, but it's still based off women, like majority woman here. And then Amy Coney Barrett, she's going to vote no. Like, she's going to vote no on this because she's got 2 adopted Haitian fucking kids, and she's been a disaster ever since Trump got into office. Or actually not really him in office, but ever since she's been appointed by Trump. She's betrayed him on every single thing because it literally requires you women to be mean and actually uphold the law as it's supposed to be. Like, this is a fucking disaster that's waiting to happen. And then of course we have the token black woman that Biden appointed, being like, if I steal a wall in Japan, I'm subject to Japanese laws. Which is literally her case for birthright citizenship. The woman who talks 10 times that amount of everybody else because she can't actually form a complete sentence, and so she has to word salad everything like that. She is peak intelligence here. Let's see, there we go.
I was thinking about this, and I think there are various sources that say this, that you obviously have permanent allegiance based on being born in whatever country you're from. That's what everybody recognizes. But you also have local allegiance when you are on the soil of this other sovereign. And I was thinking, I, a U.S. citizen, am visiting Japan. And what it means is that, if I steal someone's wallet in Japan, the Japanese authorities can arrest me and prosecute me. It's allegiance, meaning can they control you as a matter of law. I can also rely on them if my wallet is stolen to, under Japanese law, go and prosecute the person who has stolen it. So there's this relationship based on, even though I'm a temporary traveler, I'm just on vacation in Japan, I'm still locally owing allegiance in that sense.
Her case for birthright citizenship is literally, because I'm in a country, I have to follow their laws. These 2 things are not the same thing whatsoever. Also, I do want to mention the fact that the black woman brings up stealing. I did the irony of that, right? The irony, because statistically, black women are actually more offenders than even white men are, like per capita wise. I know per capita is like the death to the browns in this case, but still. And they're actually more violent too, but that's a different story. But he's trying to say that if you're a foreigner in a as a tourist in a country, that if you break their laws, you're subjected to their laws. Which, by the way, you'll get either detained or deported in that case, depending on the severity of it. And so, therefore, if you are a baby popped out of some brown woman's vagina, you're subject to the laws of America, which means you just get citizenship. I It's such a dumb argument that I have a hard time, like, trying to, like, re-explain it here, because you got 2 completely different things here. Like, the whole case is if birthright citizenship is actually constitutional or not. She's coming from this position that birthright citizenship is constitutional by default, and so therefore that's the law of the land. and therefore you have to follow the law of the land, and so therefore you pop out a baby, and so therefore you just get the citizenship. But if it's not constitutional, that's not how it works. Like, she's not arguing from an unbiased perspective, which is not to be surprised, right? She's literally a DEI representative pick that Biden put into power. A token black woman who has very, very low IQ. With it, like her statements are so much longer than everybody else's. It's absolutely hilarious. And this, but it's just, yes, stealing in a foreign country is the same as popping out a baby and becoming and getting your citizenship. I just, like, by her logic, if you actually go into her home and be like, okay, I'm a squatter, like, if this is my house now, it's literally just the person's house. It's like the squatter's rights rules that some of the blue states have, right? Where if you just, oh, I live here now, your stuff is my stuff, congratulations. That's also that's her argument. If you steal her judge's robe, you're just as much of a judge as she is. Because it's just, that's just the power that's been given to, because you wear the robe. Like, it literally makes no logical sense if you actually think about it for literally a millisecond. But this is the argument that she's basing her stuff on. Obviously she's a lost cause from the get-go. We all knew that being Biden's DEI black woman hire. But you just have to put the idiocracy on the display right here. How is she a judge? Biden appointed her for DI purposes. I'm not even kidding. Allegiance implies personal affinity, not just subject to the legal system because you're physically their jurisdiction. Yes. Like, you actually are loyal to that country or that person, or that state because of the bonds that you have developed and put in place. Most of the time, usually through blood, and because you are from that person's nation, right? Because the country is its people. A people is its country. It's cyclical in that manner. The third world's a third world shithole because of the country themselves. Like, the people themselves have lived in the country for decades, if not centuries, if not thousands of years, and they have turned it into whatever it ends up being. India sucks. And it's India because of the Indians themselves. If you import a bunch of Norwegians, they will turn it into little Norway and make it into a much more functioning country. If you import the Chinese, they'll turn it into little China and make it into a functioning, but stifling Chinese country. And if you import Indians, you're gonna get a bunch of trash and filth and poop that the Indians have, and dysfunctional country. You literally see that with a mass immigration. With, like, in Australia, there's now signs of please do not defecate in the pools. Australians weren't defecating in the pools 20 years ago, but now you import all these Indians, and now there's just a bunch of shit in the pools. Yeah, that's literally just how it works. That's why birthright citizenship is literally insane, because you literally can't just turn a human into a horse because they're born into a stable. I know I'm going to be using that example this entire time because it's literally that. It's not just you cross the border and immediately you are that person, that the nation's person. This never has been the case in the entirety of human history. It's downright absurd. But here we are. Because everything is just vibes and feels. There's no objectivity whatsoever. But Amal, Japanese law doesn't have birthright citizenship. Badum-tis. Yes, actually. I was gonna say this for a little bit later, but since we're already getting into it, I'm putting my Twitter premium to good use. And I got the power of Grok out, which, by the way, I am warming up to AI and Grok. I know I'm a little bit late to the train, but it's actually pretty good. It's pretty fucking good, actually. A good comprehensive list of, like, how to get things. It can actually make some funny stuff, too. But anyways. Let's see. So I asked, let's see, What is the process to gain citizenship for babies born in countries that do not have birthright citizenship? Just because, right? Just because. Oh, excuse me. Typical process for gaining citizenship via parental descent. Jus sanguinis. I'm gonna butcher anything that's in Latin because I'm retarded. The child is usually acquires citizenship automatically at birth if at least one parent is a citizen of a jus sanguinis country and meets the country's specific rules, e.g., no generational limits or physical presence requirements in some cases like the United States. Once again, the United States is the exception. However, you must take official steps to register and document it so a child can get a passport ID or certificate. Here is the general process. 1. Confirm eligibility under the parent's home country law. Check the rules of the parent's citizenship country, not the birth country. Common requirements. At least one parent must be a citizen at the time of birth. Some countries, like the US, once again, the US exception, also require a parent to have lived in their home country for a certain period before birth. Special cases, out of wedlock birth, same-sex parents, or adoption may have extra rules. If both parents are from strict Jewish-only countries, rare, the child could risk statelessness. 2. Register the birth at the parent's embassy or consulate. Contact the nearest diplomatic mission, embassy/consulate of the parent's citizenship country and the country where the baby was born. This is usually done shortly after birth. Some countries have deadlines, e.g. within 1 to 3 years. The baby's local birth certificate often needs translation of apostille. Parents' passports, marriage birth certificates, proof of their citizenship, any DNA paternity proof if required. The consulate issues a consular report of birth abroad or equivalent official record that officially recognizes the child as a citizen. 3. Obtain proof of citizenship and travel documents. Apply for the child's passport and or citizenship certificate from the same consulate or the home country's authority. This document proves the child's citizenship and allows travel, school enrollment, etc. 4. Handle the birth country's requirements separately. The baby will likely receive a local birth certificate and temporary residency permit tied to the parent's visa/status. Does not grant citizenship of the birth country. Later naturalization as an adult or older child may be possible after years of legal residency, but a separate, longer process. So, long story short, the parents, there at least one parent has to be a citizen to a country, and they have to prove that they're a citizen to the country with their ID and passport, which every single country has. Okay, but we're not gonna be the Democrats here and be like, you're too broke to be able to get your driver's license or passport or whatever the case is, which is actually not that expensive whatsoever. Blacks can stop using their weed money or their cigarillo money for once if they actually really need to get it. Like, it's not difficult whatsoever. And just be like, hey, I'm from this country. This is my child. Here's the DNA evidence if needed. There we go. Like, that's literally how it works. It goes based off however the parents, like, their nationhood, right? Their citizenship themselves. Not, oh, you're born here, congratulations, this is your country now. It's absolutely retarded. It's always been based off the lineage of the people of the parents, because you, especially with DNA tests, you can trace your lineage back hundreds of thousands of years and actually see where you come from. Once again, a country is based off its people. A people is based off its country. And a Chinese person is not the same as a Norwegian. A Norwegian is not the same as an American. An American is not the same as an Indian. We all inherently know this. Like, actually, recently, over the past, let's see, what's today? Wednesday, right? About last week, roughly, into this week, there's been a merging of Japanese and American Twitter. Which has been great. Lots of fun. It's probably a psyop to make people forget about region blocking, but we don't talk about that. And it's a great example of everybody knows what an American is. Because turns out, just like us in the Western world in America have little enclaves of people, weeaboos, right, who really love Japanese culture, has a bunch of anime figures, and, you know, decorations on their walls, sakura trees, you know, wear the kimono, all that fun stuff, right? The absolute weeaboo nerds. Japan has Americana nerds, where they love Texas and barbecue, where they wear cowboy hats and cowboy boots and blue jeans and sing bluegrass and all these different things. And it's like, granted, that's a little bit more southern Texas culture, but it's a overall representative of American culture as a whole. Everybody knows what American culture is. Americans are completely different than the Brits, even though we actually come from them. We're different than the Canadians who say sorry, and oop, and all these other different like politeness things as well. And we're different than Australians that like to say cunt a bunch of times, and go surfing. Like there's even though we come from very similar origins and we're descendants of the British, we are different people. We have developed a whole different culture. Everybody knows what that is on the outside. And a lot of Americans even know what it is. But we have literally been psyoped in believing otherwise. And this whole birthright citizenship thing is just another psyop of this. And yet here we are, and we're not going to be able to pass this because of fucking women. Literally women. Like, if we didn't have women on the Supreme Court, I can guarantee you that this wouldn't be such a big issue. Like, yeah, we have this one man here. There's Robert's guy who's betraying us. So there probably would have been maybe one, possibly two more men, depending on how tiny hat they are, with their leanings. But with the women, you're guaranteed not to pass it because all 4 women are going to vote no. Even the black dude is voting yes. Like, come on. I know Clarence Thomas is actually pretty base. And you know what? Hey, listen. As much as racist as I am, I can recognize there's 0.1% of the population of a certain demographic that's actually pretty cool. He is one of them. I will give credit where credit is due. I won't send him to Liberia. I will not send him to Liberia. See? That's the highest honor me, Amalgamyte, the biggest racist, well, female racist you know, can give. In this case. But the people from the spring... But people spring from the soil, clearly. Like golems. I don't know, I don't think Libtard Man's gonna be based on birthright citizenship. Well, it depends on, like, who would have appointed them, because even though they're supposed to be unbiased and, you know, impartial judges, because you're supposed to be, you know, deciding the Constitution, right? Discerning what it actually means. Every single president puts in a judge that has leanings toward their political party. And Biden put in the DI black woman who's going to vote no on every single slightly conservative issue. And vote yes on every single left-leaning issue. Like recently, so this is a white pill, and I was going to save it for after we got done with birthright citizenship and Trump's address to the nation later. But Supreme Court rules against Colorado law banning conversion therapy for minors. The 8-1 decision came from Justice Neil Gorsuch. This was yesterday, which, fun fact, that was supposed to be Trans Day Visibility yesterday, and it was hilarious the amount of training memes that were flying by. But guess who voted the one for no in this case? Like, I will give credit where credit is due. You know, the other woman and the left-leaning judge here that's going against birthright citizenship, they voted in favor ruling against Colorado. But the one is the black woman here, Kimberly, whatever the fuck her name is. It's KBJ is her initials. Like, but everybody just calls her KBJ because it's Ketanji B. Jackson. So Jackson's like a very basic bitch last name, but Ketanji. Yes, that's a very American name. Clearly. Yeah. She's the one who voted yes, we Colorado should actually have banned conversion therapy. Not even conversion therapy, by the way. It's just therapists being like, hey, by the way, you are actually a boy. Like, you're biologically a boy. You're not actually trans. That's the definition of conversion therapy. And she's like, yes, they should ban that. They should actually ban therapists from actually just saying you're biologically a boy. You're not actually trans. But hey, Jumanji. Yeah. Clarence Thomas, the whitest Supreme Court judge. Actually, kinda true. Not gonna lie. Thank you, Zalaxon, for the $2 videos. Thank you. We're doomed. Only glowing will save us. Well, if you are feeling like glowing, I do ask to use the emotes. YouTube bros use like the siren alarm. Kick bros, actually no, YouTube bros. If you see, this is one of the benefits that Kick has as well, is that you get free emotes just for being a follower and stuff like that. YouTube bros, so if you have a silver bubby, you should be able to use the FBI emote if necessary. Just do that to glow. Okay. Also, my Kick chat decided to die. Please don't die, Kick chat. I like reading you. I like reading you, Kick chat. Why are you flooring me? I'm scared to refresh, because then it's gonna like actually kill it. Yep, it did. It did. Well, I'll just have to read you from the YouTube chat. Sorry, Kick bros. Oh, we're just getting a little silly today. Yes. Yeah, please don't actually glow. And thank you, Lucifer Doberman, for the 100 warp tokens. Thank you. Yeah, because, like, listen. I know I'm a Mossad agent, right? I'm also a Fed. They're basically the same thing, right? I totally understand glowing. I probably glow a little bit too much on my streams already. I've been told many times that I do need to calm down and start censoring myself, but I don't wanna. I don't know how to censor myself, okay? I have no filter. I just want to speak my mind. Wham! But yeah, we can't actually talk about the real solutions to these things. Oh, at least, to a certain degree. Because, yeah, Fed posting is bad. In that case. Okay, here's another clip from... I have like a bunch of clips from the Supreme Court hearing. There's no real order to it, because it went on for hours. Just like a variety of different clips in general. But here's an interesting segment from today's hearing on birthright citizenship debate at SCOTUS. Justice Kagan arguing that birthright citizenship could logically exclude children of sojourners born on U.S. soil because the nature of their visit to the United States was never intended to be permanent. But the exclusion would not apply to children of illegal aliens, presumably because when the illegal aliens illegally entered the country, their intention was to stay permanently, so the children born on U.S. soil should be given citizenship. Interesting distinction that would effectively ratify the consequences of illegal conduct. Not convinced is what the framers had in mind. Yes, because the illegals came here illegally with the intention to stay permanently, their kids should just automatically get citizenship to reward them for their bad behavior. It's not actually... Bad behavior is such an understatement for what illegals actually do, because it's breaking the most essential federal law here. We obviously have a lot of different federal laws put in place, and by the way, I should have done this before we got into the birthright citizenship topic. I am not a lawyer. I'm a dumb woman on the internet, okay? I don't know what I'm saying half the time. But I think I can confidently say that a nation's borders, right, where they draw the arbitrary, as the leftists like to say, line in the sand for what actually makes the nation and, you know, what territory they withhold, is the most important thing to a sovereign nation. Is it literally is what defines what's within that nation within itself. This section of land is for the United States. This section of land is for Mexico. This section of land is for Panama, as it like goes down the line into South America in this case, or for China, into Russia. Like exactly, like the nation's borders are essential to defining for what it is, because within this land is within this people, and once again, the people make the country. And when you get closer to where the edges meet, where the borders touch, things can get a little bit hairy and different because of a little bit of natural crossover that does actually happen there. But you can still very vividly define who the people are, even when they're living 5 feet away from each other, with the borders just separating them in this case. In fact, you can literally see on Google Maps the differences between America and Mexico with that arbitrary line once again. It's absolutely essential to a country, a nation, what that line is. And so it has to be upheld tooth and nail with everything legally and militarily. That way we can actually define who the people are and what we're actually defending when it comes to this nation. And so by breaking in illegally, right, you're not going through the proper processes, the arduous paperwork and things like that, but just breaking in, you are invading. You are literally an invader. You are a horde of foreigners coming in to loot and pillage. It's exactly what illegals do. They come in, they cross the border, they go in, and they're already breaking that highest federal rule by default. Most of them go and actually commit horrific crimes like rape and murder, or sex trafficking, drug trafficking. But not all of them. But it doesn't even matter. Just by coming into the country illegally and invading it, you're stealing the resources. They're getting on Medicaid and stealing taxes that way. Stealing people's social securities to actually become a legal citizen, which is, once again, stealing. And stealing somebody's identity. Even if they do magically able to get their green card, they're stealing jobs from actual real Americans. And stealing money that way. Stealing resources like groceries. Yeah, they might be paying for them, one of those rare cases where they're not actually on food stamps. But if they weren't here, the grocery prices would be cheaper, and there would be more resources for actual real Americans. They might not be burning cities down and looting that way, like the blacks do, but they're still looting and pillaging in a more modern sense of the word. You can make the argument for it. I don't really care. So just because they're here intentionally, just because they're here permanently, I don't care. You're not supposed to be here. You're still an invader. In fact, you should get the death penalty for coming here illegally, because you are breaking a sovereign nation's identity by coming illegally in this case. And by having an anchor baby, which is what they are when they pop out a baby just because of the birthright citizenship rule, then they're like, oh, well, we can't deport them because the baby is a US citizen. That's why they're called anchor babies, because it's like, it makes it more difficult to actually deport them in that way. Absolutely insane. And so for the fact that one justice, Justice Kagan, being like, well, I mean, logically it excludes sojourners because they're not supposed to be here permanently. Duh. But just because they're here illegally, well, they're here permanently, so therefore it should be fine. It's absolutely retarded. It's like, it's not the same thing, but they're still, the legal's not supposed to be here. Legal's not supposed to be here whatsoever. Just get rid of them. Go. Hasta la vista. You're more of a lawyer than Jackson? She can't define women? That's because she's a leftist. Like, listen, I'm more than happy to just, like, shut on her because she's a black woman, right? But it's just because she's a leftist. Like, her whole identity, her whole position is just based off being a severe leftist. That's all it is. Which is no surprise because she's a black woman, you know, the whole Democrat plantation and things like that. I guess you could make the argument it's one and the same, but that's just her position. It's not she's not actually coming from logic. She's coming from identity. That's all. They don't go back sometimes after they're done picking the food. I don't even want them picking the food. I'd rather Americans be actually working on the farms in that case instead of illegals doing the work. Like, I mean, ignoring the fact that we have extremely advanced farming technology, so we don't actually have to have people doing the back baby and labor work, and farmers are just cheap. And while they're getting subsidized by the government, they don't actually want to use the money towards things that can actually benefit them. In a lot of these cases, if they're not going to be actually spend the short-term amount of money for long-term profits of these farm equipment, they want to just hire back-breaking labor. Just hire real Americans. Well, that's more expensive than actually getting the farm equipment or using illegals in that case, which is why they don't do it.
I agree with the way that you framed it, that there is a general principle that's a broad.
By the way, this is Sawyer talking. I try to listen to a lot of these clips before stream, so I kind of have an idea of like what's actually worthwhile for this case.
Principle that's adopted the phrase subject to the jurisdiction thereof, and we submit that our theory of allegiance and domicile-based allegiance is what explains those specific exceptions that everybody was aware of, but it is broad enough to sweep in future situations, and as you pointed out, illegal immigration did not exist then. Now, the problem of temporary visitors did exist, and it's very interesting that as you look at pages 26 and 28 of our brief, commentators going from 1881 until 1922 are uniformly saying the children of temporary visitors are not included. Now that logic, we say, it naturally extends. It's really an a fortiori case. If you have someone who enters illegally by the 1880s, there are restrictions on immigration. If you've entered illegally, it's kind of a well-established principle of law going back to the Code of Justinian that says you're not allowed to be there. You don't have the legal capacity to create domicile there.
But I think, General Sauer, that what you just said suggests that you can't be arguing in the way Justice Alito suggests, because most of your brief is not about illegal aliens. Most of your brief is about people who are just temporarily in the country, where there was quite clearly an experience of, an understanding of, that there were going to be temporary inhabitants. And your whole theory of the case is built on that group. You don't get to talking about undocumented persons until quite later and at much lesser, I think it's like 10 pages to 3 pages or something like that. So you can't really be going with Justice Alito's theory. You must be saying that there is a principle that developed, that was there at the time of the 14th Amendment. Isn't that right?
Yes, illegals and tourists, temporary residents, are two different things. But they're both not supposed to be here in the country, and so therefore both cases, if they pop out a baby, they're still not supposed to actually be able to get the citizenship for it. And yeah, she's trying to be like, oh, well, most of your reports just talking about temporary residents and not illegal, so therefore your point is stupid and, and it doesn't actually apply. You're not actually agreeing with Justice Alito, which, I'll be honest, I don't know what Alito's case was in this. I just found these various different clips that were floating around on Twitter because the whole thing was like hours long, okay? Unless I'm a dumb, lazy woman. I will never deny that. But it's just, regardless of the case, they're not actual American citizens. The parents are not actual American citizens. They're foreigners. Or they're here as temporary visitors as a tourist, or on a visa, which we need to get rid of the visa program, but that's beside the point in this case. Or here illegally and they're a foreign invader, not supposed to be here. And therefore they're not American citizens just because they have a baby while they're here before they get deported or they go back home from their tourist little vacation. Still not citizens. The baby doesn't count. It's just how it works. It just doesn't. It does. No. Wait, that's supposed to be a woman? Yeah, listen, I'm gonna be a little bit mean here for a second. He looks like a man. It's probably a mix of, being fat and old age not doing her very well. But yeah, she's supposed to be a woman even though she looks like a man. Oh, did we get a raid on Kick? The Kick chat's not working for me, which sucks. But let's see. Asabi? Aosabi? Sorry if I mispronounced your name. I'm really bad with names in general. But if I believe, welcome, Aosabi Raiders. Oh, okay. So thank you, Aosabi, for the raid. Thank you. Welcome in, Raiders. We're now covering the Birthright citizenship issues and watching clips about it. And then we'll be watching the nation address that Trump's will be having here soon, within like a couple minutes. So thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. Mods, if you could shout them out, that'd be greatly appreciated here. And yeah, thank you. Hell yeah. KK plays softball. Enough said. I mean, I played softball when I was a kid, and I liked it a lot. So at the least it means she's a tomboy of some sort. What? I don't think she's one of the Republicans that was playing a baseball game back in 2017 that got shot at. I don't think that's the case. So, yeah, yeah. But let's see here. When will this is supposed to start at 9, but I know a lot of these address to the nations take fucking forever to load up. You'll never convince me that isn't a troon. I wouldn't be surprised. Actually, well, this is waiting and loading. Apparently, is it max volume? Oh, it was max volume. I wonder, who appointed Justice Kagan? Why won't... Oh, Firefox is just not working. Firefox is frozen. Technical difficulties? I would never have any of those whatsoever. Let me task manager it. Hold on, let me just absolutely nuke Firefox. I have to do this like every other day. One of these days, I'll switch to Brave. But I'm lazy and I have so many bookmarks. And I just haven't transferred over my bookmarks. That's literally the reason why I haven't switched over the Brave, even though I know I should. Why April 1st, though? I don't know why it's April 1st. A lot of big things are happening today. Like, there was, like, Kier Starmer also made an address, which, by the way, I do actually want to watch, Kier Starmer's address to the nation, because for some reason today, Kier Starmer, Trump, and then somebody else, I forget who. Chat, be my memory, please. You know I have dementia. Some other leader of a nation was supposed to, address the nation today. And it's very strange when all the world leaders kind of get together to address the nation on the same fucking day on April 1st, nonetheless. And it's a little bit scary, but we'll see. That's actually another reason why I actually really want to watch this address of the nation, because from what I heard of Kier Starmer, I haven't watched Kier Starmer's address yet. But from what I heard, he's just saying that things are gonna get rough because of oil prices and different things like that, thanks to the Iran war. And he's not going to be helping America with it, which, you know what, hey, listen, I'm not gonna actually blame him for that, because as much as I dislike Keir Starmer, it's not their fucking fight. It's not Britain's fight to get involved with our stupid fucking war with Iran. Yes. I know there's a few people in chat that support it. I'm still not a fan of the Iran war. Like, no matter what, but now that we're in it, we should fucking win it. That's my stance. Long and short. There. So, which is a weird way to address the, like, it's important to address the nation, but it's still weird that it's on the same day that everybody else is addressing the nation too. Oh, it's probably some sort of war announcement. Australia? It might have been Albanese PM of Australia. Oh. Okay, while he's walking in, gods of the dorks, thank you for the $10 dues. Well, Mal, no matter how bad this ruling is, at least you still have plenty of blessings in your life, like chat and me, and we'll PCs and DVDs that we can all watch together. Follow to Crestia. Please die. Why is it mute?
At NASA and our brave astronauts on the successful launch of Artemis 2. It was quite something. It will be traveling further than any manned rocket has ever flown, and will very substantially pass the moon, go around it, and come back home from a distance that has never been done before. It's amazing. They are on the way, and God bless them. These are brave people. We want to God bless those 4 unbelievable astronauts. As we speak this evening, it's been just 1 month since the United States military began Operation Epic Fury, targeting the world's #1 state sponsor of terror, Iran. In these past 4 weeks, our armed forces have delivered swift, decisive, overwhelming victories on the battlefield. Victories like few people have ever seen before. Tonight, Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is in ruins. Their leaders, most of them, terrorist regime they led, are now dead. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak. Their ability to launch missiles and drones is dramatically curtailed, and their weapons, factories, and rocket launchers are being blown to pieces. Very few of them left. Never in the history of warfare has an enemy suffered such clear and devastating large-scale losses in a
And yet they're
matter
still
of
going.
weeks.
They're still
Our
going.
enemies
They're not
are
giving up
losing
whatsoever.
in America, as it has been for 5 years under my presidency, is winning, and now winning bigger than ever before. Before discussing this current situation, I also want to thank our troops for the masterful job they did in taking the country of Venezuela in a matter of minutes.
Yeah, that was funny.
That
Cool.
it was
That was pretty
quick,
cool.
lethal, violent,
Not
and
gonna lie.
respected by everyone
That made
all
my
over the
patriotism
world.
rise a lot.
After rebuilding our military during
By the way,
my
I'm not going to
first term,
pause this. I'm going to try
we
to
have
speak
by
over
far
him,
the
which I hate
strongest
doing.
military anywhere in the
But
world.
since his life,
And now
kind of have to do what I kind of have to
working
do.
along with Venezuela and are, in a true sense, joint venture partners. We're getting along incredibly well in the production and sale of massive amounts of oil and gas.
I'm going to turn him down.
The
That way I
second
can talk
largest
over him.
reserves
Sorry
on
about
Earth
that.
after the United States of America. We're now totally independent of the Middle East, and yet we are there to help. We don't have to be there. We don't need their oil. We don't need anything they have, but we're there to help our allies. Tonight, I want to provide an update on the
He keeps on
tremendous
saying that,
progress
but the
our
economy says
warriors have made
otherwise.
in Iran, and discuss why Operation Epic Fury is necessary for the safety of America and the security of the free world. From the very first day I announced my campaign for president in 2015, I have vowed that I would never allow Iran to have a nuclear weapon. This fanatical regime has been chanting death to America, death to Israel for 47 years.
Yeah,
Their
Israel.
proxies
You had to
were
bring in
behind
fucking
the
Israel. You could have just
murder
left it in America, but no, you had to bring
241
up Israel.
Americans in the Marine barracks bombing in Beirut, the slaughter of hundreds of our service members with roadside bombs.
And none of
They
them
were
have died on
involved in
American
the
soil.
attack on the
It's all been the
USS
ones
Cole,
that have been in the Middle
and they
East.
carried out the
It's
countless
important to
other
remember
heinous
that.
acts,
All
including
Americans
the
have died,
just
which has been
horrible,
absolutely tragic,
bloody
absolutely fucking
atrocities of
tragic, have all been in the
October
Middle
7th in
East because
Israel.
we've been
Something
taking part
that most
there.
people have never seen
Important to
anything like
distinct
it.
that.
This murderous regime also recently killed 45,000 of their own people
Yeah, I don't
who were
care.
protesting in
I don't
Iran.
fucking care.
45,000
Call me
dead.
heartless. I don't fucking care about the
These
Iranians.
terrorists
I
who
care
have
about
nuclear
Americans.
weapons would be
If they're
an
gonna kill their own
intolerable
people,
threat.
yeah, is it tragic? Do I
The
support
most
that?
violent
No.
and
But
thuggish
I don't
regime
care.
on earth
They're
would be free
foreigners.
to carry out their
It's not a
campaigns of
justifiable
terror,
reason to go to war
coercion,
for them just
conquest,
because they're
and
killing
mass
their own
murder from
people.
behind
I'm sorry.
a nuclear shield.
Call me
I will
heartless.
never let that happen.
I care more about
and
the white
neither
woman
should
dying on a
any
daily fucking
of our
basis because of
past
fucking blacks that get
presidents.
let out of prison because
This
they're just fucking
situation
black.
has been going
They're not
on
even
for
going to prison. They just get
47
left
years and
scot fucking
should have
free.
been handled long before I arrived in office. I did many things during my 2 terms in office to stop the quest for nuclear weapons by Iran first, and perhaps most importantly, I killed General Qasem Soleimani in my first term. He was an evil genius, brilliant person, a horrible human being, however, the father of the roadside bomb, and he lived just horrible what he did. Iran would have been perhaps in far better, stronger position. Had he lived, we would have had probably a different conversation tonight. But you know what? We'd still be winning and winning big. And then, very importantly, I terminated
2 weeks to
Barack
flatten the
Hussein Obama's
curve.
Iran nuclear deal, a disaster. Obama gave them $1.7 billion in cash, green cash. Took it out of banks from Virginia, D.C., and Maryland, all the cash they had. He flew it by airplanes in an attempt to buy their respect and loyalty, but it didn't work.
We're not going to fight the
They laughed at our
Somalians that
president and went on
take a
with
bunch of
their
cash to fly back
mission
to
have a
Somalia for
nuclear bomb.
remittances.
His Iran deal would have led to a colossal arsenal of massive nuclear weapons for Iran, and They would have had them years ago, and they would have used them. Would have been a different world. There would have been no Middle East and no Israel right now.
I don't fucking care about Israel. I don't care about the Middle East. They're all sand people. Like, I don't fucking care about them. We can blow each other up, and the world would be better off because of it. Holy shit.
They made mistakes, and I am correcting them. My first preference was always the path of diplomacy, yet the regime continued their relentless quest for nuclear weapons and rejected every attempt at an agreement. For this reason, in June, I ordered a strike on Iran's key nuclear facilities, an Operation Midnight Hammer. Nobody's ever seen anything like it.
I had to let my dog out because I
Those
scared him with my
beautiful
screaming.
B-2
BRB.
bombers performed magnificently. We totally obliterated those nuclear sites. The regime then sought to rebuild their nuclear program at a totally different location, making clear they had no intention of abandoning their pursuit of nuclear weapons. They were also
They've been going after nuclear weapons for 40 years now, chat. 40 years, so 2 weeks away from having nuclear weapons. 2 more weeks to flatten the curve. It's fine.
American homeland, Europe, and virtually any other place on Earth. Iran's strategy was so obvious. They wanted to produce as many missiles as possible, and they did, with the longest range possible, and they had some weapons that nobody believed they had. We just learned that out. We took them out. We took them all out so that no one would really dare stop them. And their race for a nuclear bomb, a nuclear weapon like nobody's ever seen before. They were right at the doorstep. For years, everyone has said that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons, but in the end, those are just words if you're not willing to take action when the time comes.
I don't
As
like
stated
Iran.
in my
I don't
announcement
like
of
the
Operation
Muslims.
Epic Fury,
I don't exactly really
our
want them nuclear
objectives
weapons.
are very
But when the
simple and
propaganda
clear.
for 40 plus years
We
now
are
has been they're 2 weeks away from
systematically
nuclear
dismantling the regime's
weapons.
ability to
Pardon me
threaten
when I
America
doubt
or
you for
project power
this time
outside
around
of
that you
their
actually use
borders.
this excuse.
That means eliminating Iran's
Sorry that I
Navy,
don't trust the
which is
government. I never
now
have and I never will.
absolutely
I didn't trust it with
destroyed,
COVID when that came out. I don't
hurting
fucking trust
their
it now
Air
just because Trump's
Force
in
and their
power.
missile program at levels never seen before, and annihilating their defense industrial base. We've done all of it. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their missiles are just about used up or beaten. Taken together, these actions will cripple Iran military, crush their ability to support terrorist proxies, and deny them the ability to build a nuclear bomb. Our armed forces have been extraordinary. There's never been anything like it militarily. Everyone is talking about it, and tonight I'm pleased to say that these core strategic objectives are nearing completion. As we celebrate this progress, we think especially of the 13 American warriors who have laid down their lives in this fight to protect children from ever having to face a nuclear Iran.
And 13
Twice this
Americans
past
wouldn't have to
month, I
die if this whole
traveled to
war didn't
Dover
start in the
Air
first
Force
place on the
Base,
behalf of Israel, like Rubio
and
said.
it's been
Rubio came
something
out and said
to
it's
be
because
with
of
those
Israel.
heroes as they return to
If we
American
didn't
soil.
get
I was
into the
with them
war,
and
they
their
would have
families,
struck
their
Israel, and
parents,
so
their
therefore we have to
wives.
go defend our greatest ally.
We salute them, and now we must honor them by completing the mission for which they gave their lives. And every single one of the people, their loved ones said, "Please, sir, please finish the job." Every one of them. And we are going to finish the job, and we're going to finish it very fast. We're getting very close. I want to thank our allies in the Middle East, Israel, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, the UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain. They've been great, and we will not let them get hurt or fail in any way, shape, or form.
The nuclear weapon
Many
stuff has
Americans
been
have
ridiculous, but Iran's been
concerned to see the
funding
recent rise in gasoline
anti-American
prices
terrorists to the
here at
tune of
home.
billions of dollars per year.
short-term
Bombing
increase has
Iran
been
wasn't even starting a war, just
entirely the
recognizing they're
result
always
of
at
the
war with
Iranian
them.
regime
Should have been
launching
taken care of
Marines
47 years ago,
terror
but
attacks
technically we're the
against
one that
commercial
started
oil
it.
tankers and
When we
neighboring
overthrew,
countries that have
the CIA
nothing to do with
overthrew
the
the
conflict.
democratically elected leader
This
back
is
in the
yet
fucking
more
50s,
proof that
okay?
Iran can never be trusted with nuclear weapons. They will use them, and they will use them.
Not to define Iran, once
It
again,
would lead to decades
but
of
we're not winning
extortion,
this. I mean,
economic
we should be
pain,
able to
and
win this.
instability worse
But
than
because we
we
pussyfoot too much, we're not
can ever
fucking winning
imagine.
this.
The United States has never been better prepared economically to confront this threat. You all know that.
we
We
really
built the
want
strongest
to destroy
economy in
Iran,
history.
there's
We're
very
going to it
effective
right
methods to
now,
do
the
so, but we're not
strongest in
doing them.
history. In 1 year, we've taken a dead and crippled country. I hate to say that, but we were a dead and crippled country
We still
after
are.
the last administration and made it the hottest country anywhere in the world by far, with no inflation, record-setting investments coming into the United States, over $18 trillion, and the highest stock market ever, with 53 all-time record highs in just 1 year. It all positioned us to get rid of a cancer that has long simmered. It's known as the nuclear Iran, and they didn't know what was coming. They've never imagined it. Remember, because of our Drill Baby Drill program, America has plenty of gas. We have so much gas. Under my leadership, we are #1 producer of oil and gas on the planet, without even discussing the millions of barrels.
There are
we're
benefits to
getting
the Trump
from Venezuela.
administration. I will never fucking
Because of
vote
the
Democrat,
Trump
even if they try to put
administration's
Gavin
policies,
Newsom
we
or some
produce
white
more
straight
oil
Christian
and
man
gas
like they were
than
talking
Saudi
about
Arabia and
recently.
Russia combined. Think of that. Saudi
Like the
Arabia
executive order
and
to end
Russia
birthright
combined.
citizenship before this whole
And that
thing
number
started.
will
That's a
soon
good
be
thing. That
substantially
is a good
higher
thing.
than that.
Ending DI
There's no
programs, that's a
country
good
like
thing.
us
Trying to get
anywhere
Doge
in the world,
into a position of
We're
power,
in
that
great
was a
shape
good
for the
thing.
future. The United States imports almost no oil through the
But that was all within the
Hormuz
first
Strait
3 months.
and won't be
It's now
taking
been a
any in the
year.
future. We don't need it. We
It's
haven't
not looking
needed it,
good.
and
The
we
problems
don't
aren't
need
being
it.
solved.
We've beaten and completely decimated Iran. They are decimated.
Not like problems
both
are going to be
militarily
solved
and
overnight. I want to
economically
make
and
that clear.
every
I
other
know it's a
way. And
process.
the countries of
But
the
starting a
world
war with
that
Iran
do receive oil
on
through
behalf
the
of
Hormuz
Israel,
Strait must take
it's not
care
how you
of
solve
that
them
passage. They
whatsoever.
must cherish it. They must grab it and cherish it. They can do it easily. We will be helpful, but they should take the lead in protecting the oil that they so desperately depend on. So to those countries that can't get fuel, many of which refuse to get involved in the decapitation of Iran, we had to do it ourselves. I have a suggestion. #1, buy oil from the United States of America. We have plenty. We have so much. And #2, build up some delayed courage. Should have done it before. Should have done it with us, as we asked. Go to the strait and just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves. Iran has been essentially decimated. The hard part is done, so it should be easy.
He's been saying
And
that
in
for
any
like 2
event,
weeks
when
now.
this conflict is over, the strait will open up naturally. It'll just open up naturally. They're going to want to be able to sell oil because that's all they have to try and rebuild. It will resume the flowing, and the gas prices will rapidly come back down. Stock prices will rapidly go back up. They haven't come down very much, frankly. They came down a little bit, but they've had some very good days over the last couple of days. We've done actually much better than I thought.
Ah,
We had to
yes.
take that little
The
journey
white colors
to
are
Iran to get
green.
rid of this
Now they're
horrible
red.
threat.
Panic. They're
With our
green.
historic tax
Celebrate. Now they're
cuts,
red.
where
Panic.
People are just now talking about receiving larger refunds than they ever thought possible. They are getting so much more money than they thought. That's from the great big beautiful bill. Our economy is strong and improving by the day, and
Be
it will
better if we
soon
didn't
be
have
roaring back
literally
like
millions
never
upon millions of
before. It will top
illegals,
the levels that it was a month ago.
defrauding us.
I've made clear
even
from the
illegals like
beginning of
Somalians.
Operation Epic Fury that we will continue until our objectives are fully achieved. Thanks to the progress we've made, I can say tonight that we are on track to complete all of America's military objectives shortly, very shortly. We're going to hit them extremely hard over the next 2 to 3 weeks. We're going to bring them back to the Stone Ages where they belong. In the meantime, discussions are ongoing. Regime change was not our goal. We never said regime change, but regime change has occurred because of all of their original leaders' death.
Because you
They're
keep
all
on killing
dead.
them.
The
It's a
new
catch-20
group is less radical.
It's a
and
catch-22
much
with
more
Iran.
reasonable.
They keep on
Yet
killing
during this
people,
period of time, no deal
and so
is
therefore
made.
nobody can
We
actually
have our
stand up
eyes
to end
on
it.
key targets. If there is no
But
deal,
Iran
we are
has
going
a
to hit each
decentralized
and every
government,
one of their
and so therefore they will
record-generating
literally
plans very
keep
hard
on
and
fighting to the
probably
very end,
simultaneously.
and just
We have
no
not
matter
hit
who
their
dies.
oil, even though
So
that's
it's an
the
endless
easiest
cycle.
target of all, because it would not give them even a small chance of survival or rebuilding. But we could hit it, and it would be gone, and there's not a thing they could do about it. They have no anti-aircraft equipment. Their radar is 100% annihilated. We are unstoppable as a military force. The nuclear sites that we obliterated with the B-2 bombers have been hit so hard that it would take months to get near the nuclear dust, and we have it under intense satellite surveillance and control. If we see them make a move, even a move for it, we'll hit them with missiles very hard again. We have all the cards, they have none. It's very important that we keep this conflict in perspective. American involvement in World War I lasted 1 year, 7 months, and 5 days.
I think that's because we went in a little bit late.
For 3 years, 8 months, and 25 days. The Korean War lasted for 3 years, 1 month, and 2 days. The Vietnam War lasted for 19 years, 5 months, and 29 days.
Whose fault is that?
Went on for 8 years, 8 months, and 28 days. We are in this military operation so powerful, so brilliant, against one of the most powerful countries for 32 days. And the country has been eviscerated and essentially
So it's
is
over.
really no longer a threat.
So it's
You would
over.
believe the Middle East, but
This
there's a
whole
belief
address is
no
actually admit that
longer.
it's over.
This is a true investment in your children and your grandchildren's future. The whole world is watching, and they can't leave the power, strength, and brilliance. They just can't believe what they're seeing. They leave it to your imagination, but they can't believe what they're seeing, the brilliance of the United States military. Tonight, every American can look forward to a day when we are finally free from the wickedness of Iranian aggression and the specter of nuclear blackmail. Because of the actions we have taken, we are on the cusp of ending Iran's sinister threat to America and the world. And I'll tell you, the world is watching.
Okay, so now we're on the cusp of it. We're not actually at the end. We're on the cusp of it.
The United States will be safer.
He's been
stronger,
saying
more
that the war would
prosperous,
be
and
ending
greater
quickly
than
and
it has
swiftly
ever
since
been
the start
before.
of this thing. That would take
May God
only a
bless
few
the
days,
men and
and then
women of the
4 to
United
5
States
weeks, and then
Armed
rumors that it's
Forces,
going to be
and may God
September.
bless the United States of America.
The messaging
Thank
on
you
this has
very
been
much and good night.
ping-ponging back and forth. I don't even know what to believe. Oh, that was it? That was a very short address, actually. Now I kind of feel bad I was talking over him at the very end. I expected this to go a lot longer. Always bet on nothing. Okay. Let me back up to those that last minute there, since I did talk over him. Now I feel bad.
Safer, stronger, more prosperous, and greater than it has ever been before. May God bless the men and women of the United States Armed Forces, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, and good night.
Okay. So this was a nothing burger? So okay, so let's pardon me, chat. I have a vagina. I'm a dumb woman. Okay. So this whole address was a nothing burger. He was just repeating everything he's been saying for the past few weeks, just in a little bit more condensed version of it. Just talking about how the Iran war has been going and how we're close to the end, but he's been saying we've been at the end for weeks now. And he's been saying that we don't need the Strait of Hormuz, but we need help with reopening the Strait of Hormuz. He didn't say it this time around in this address, but that's been the messaging so far. And we have oil reserves. And that, once again, Iran's at the very end. Like... Am I understanding this correctly? I'm sorry. I need male IQ to, like, make sure I'm not actually misunderstanding this. I'm also him saying the war goes on with extra steps, nothing more. Yeah, like, it really just feels like a nothing burger. He's saying that the war is still ongoing. It's at the cusp of the end. We're almost... 2 weeks to flatten the curve, boys! You know, we're at the very cusp of the Iran war. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. We're basically at the end. Iran's destroyed. But he's been... still he's been saying that for weeks now, since the whole thing started, that it was gonna just take a few days, and then a few weeks, and then a few months. Like, it's just like okay, so it seems like I'm understanding this relatively well, right? Like, I expected this to go a lot longer. They've been hyping this up for the past few days. So I'm expecting something big and crazy, especially with Kier Starmer and his address here. I have yet to watch his address. We'll watch it next to compare and contrast them. But I figured with all these world leaders making the same address on the same day, it's gonna be something big, right? Last time this happened was COVID, and we all know how that fucked up everything, right? So, based off the summary that I heard about Kier Starmer's address, basically just said that Britain's going to be suffering for a while because of the oil prices, and they're not going to help Trump. So, if that is true, which we'll watch it here in a second to confirm, but if that is true, that actually contradicts what Trump just said, because he was just talking about how the Iran war is supposedly supposed to be ending here. So, also, chat, I know we're very heated about this, and it seems like majority of you, don't like the Iran war, which, I can't blame you for that. I don't like it either. But for those who actually do support the Iran war, make sure, you keep things civil. No, name-calling and that kind of stuff. Okay, I know we're all very heated at the moment and very upsetty, but try to keep things, relatively calm when you debate with each other. I'm sorry, I had the woman right now. The US government threatened Europe with not giving more weapons to Ukraine if they don't help secure the Strait of Hormuz. So that's how secure it is right now. The whole Ukraine thing's such a stupid thing too. But that's just absolutely ridiculous. I mean, frankly, I don't think we should be giving more weapons to Ukraine either. I don't support Ukraine whatsoever. This is a thing between Ukraine and Russia. We should not be getting involved whatsoever. But it's the threat in Europe to not help us, so we don't help them with the Ukraine. It's just a real shitty fucking move. She's doing the claw hands as she lectures you, chat. That is true. Like, I do actually use claw hands. I gesticulate a lot. Like, I move my hands a lot. Heaven forbid I get a 3D model someday. You will see how much I wave my hands in the air like I'm doing some ooga booga, spirit dance. It just feels like we're trading one war for another. Yeah, like we're just constantly in war. I've been slowly but surely, and I mean very slowly, but nevertheless surely, reading a biography about President Grant. And it's most of it's actually about the Civil War and his involvement within it. But it's a biography about him. And I realized while reading that there's been every single generation of Americans have been involved in some sort of war since the Revolutionary War. Which, in a way, logically makes sense, because humans are almost always in a state of war because of just how humans are. We're constantly fighting for resources and land and various things like that. The actual era of peace is extremely rare. But as a woman who just stays in her dad's basement all day and is in the safety of being sea-locked, right? We have, well, not exactly sea-locked, right? But we have oceans on two sides of us. And we don't have wars with our northern and southern neighbors. It does feel like peace. And so it was actually a shock. I know this sounds really fucking dumb, but it was a bit of a shock to realize that there are men, American men, and that have every single generation have to fight and die for some sort of war. And the wars that have been occurring over the past almost 100 years now have been just completely stupid and useless that we've been involved in. I don't know much about World War I beyond the basic bitch information that you learn from your high school history books. Well, I took AP US history, but still. But it really feels like since World War II, we've been making mistakes getting involved in wars. So it really has been the past 100 fucking years, just useless wars that we're sending our men to fight and die in. And while we haven't sent any men to go fight and die in Ukraine, thank fucking God, there's just always a war going on. And it's kind of frustrating. Maybe that's a very woman take, because I'm not the one actually sacrificing myself. I'm not volunteering, right? I don't think women should be in military or police force or anything like that. But it's just crazy to me that we just constantly just send our men out to the fodder or resources without the fodder like that. It just blows my mind. We should not have been involved in World War One either. I mean, we came in so late into the game that I can definitely see the argument, but listen, the World Wars are not my history interest. I know a lot more about the 60s and civil rights than I probably do about both World Wars combined. Because that was my interest in history. I even wrote a whole, for my AP Lit class, I wrote a whole ass paper about Lyndon B. Johnson and how he is misunderstood. Pardon me, I was like 16 at the time. The bangs demand sacrifices? Yeah. Thank you, Jericho Got Taken, for the 500 warp tokens. Thank you. For you, my new favorite person, I hope to see you around more. Well, thank you, I appreciate it. I'm glad you like my streams so far. I do get a bit retarded and womanly, so fair warning in advance, but thank you so much. I think you got the dorks for the $5 redos. To be fair, the first Iraq war went on longer than this, so it's not like a long war is guaranteed, even if they're bad at messaging on this. Yeah, like, I'm assuming you want that to go to Fallout Equestria, Gus of the Dorks. I'll just write it in for Equestria. I know you. But anyways, I'm aware that this is still very fresh, right? It's only 30-some days that it's been started. And so a lot of people are like, oh, you're just a panicking, you know, trust the plan, it could be over. All this fun stuff, right? But pardon me when I have pattern recognition. Okay? Like, I might be low IQ, but I have high enough IQ for pattern recognition. And I look at all the Middle Eastern wars that we've been taking a part of for the past, 40, 50 years now. And look at how much of a disaster they've been. And look at this and be like, oh, it's the same thing all over again, just in a different fucking sandbox country this time around. With different fucking stand-in laws. I'm sorry that I don't trust it. Like, this because it's Trump. I don't have blind loyalty to Trump. Like, I was too young to vote for him in 2016, but if I was old enough, I would've. I was a Trump supporter. At the time, I saw him as a lesser of two evils, but regardless, I still would've voted for him. And then I did vote for him in 2020, and I did vote for him in 2024. And in 2028, I will still vote for a Republican. And I still will vote for a Republican in the midterm. Not because I'm loyal to Republicans. I'm not a Republican myself. But I recognize that the Democrats are a bigger threat to America than Republicans are. That's the only reason why. And voting is literally the only thing I can really do about it. Other than yap on the internet, really. And then Fed posts. But, Fed posting can only get you so far before the Feds actually show up. I am a honeypot. What can I say? Anyways. In this case. But I'm still not loyal to Trump. I am loyal to America. America first. I want every single foreigner that has come into America since 1965, the Hart-Celler Act of 1965, to be deported. Every single brownoid foreigner. And the Japs and the Europeans, the white Europeans specifically, because we know they're kind of muddled these days, right? Just like America is. They can stay. And then we can kind of process them if absolutely need be. They're still foreigners. I still don't really actually want them here. But they can be held for last. They can be held for last. But everyone else just needs to go. That's literally my biggest my biggest stance, right? I want all foreigners gone that have come since 1965. I want to repeal the 19th, and I want women out of the workforce. And that's basically like my main three things. And Republicans are, unfortunately, even though they're far away from those stances, are the closest ones, are the stepping stones to actually making that happen. Democrats are the complete opposite direction. They'll flood the country with even more brownoids. We saw the Biden administration lifting the fucking gate up, literally, the chain, with the excavator fucking crap, and just literally flooding with millions, so even more brownoids than we already had. It would still allow the visa programs to flourish. I know the Republicans aren't really doing anything about the visa programs either, but the Democrats definitely won't whatsoever. If anything, they might actually expand upon it. And so we have both illegal and legal immigration happening that way. They're going to enact more DI rules, and so more black trans women can get into office and position of power, and less white men. And that's just going to ruin the country further. So I will still vote Republican because the least won't go that far for these different issues. And I'm kind of rambling myself at this point. But when it comes to going back to the Iran war in particular, in this case, this is just a typical Republican war hawk thing. If you believe the shoe on head theory, which I know a lot of you guys don't like shoe on head, and I understand the criticism of them, and for some of them I do agree, but you can still like somebody even if you disagree with them or have criticisms of them. With the whole evangelical notion and how they're literally religiously motivated for this kind of stuff, then it makes a bit more sense in that case. If you which then ties back to Israel and the tiny hats, which then gets even more spicier, if you know what I mean. Wink, wink. And I don't support that in any way, shape, or form whatsoever. I don't want to be playing in the sandbox either. Like, I just want America to be for Americans. Just that's literally it. A free white person. That's what Americans are. Everybody knows this. Everybody knows this. The only thing that muddies things with America is just because of the slavery, which was a mistake, but the consequences of the actions, and we can address that later. But for now, I just want every single fucking foreigner deported from 1965. Is that so fucking hard to ask? God damn it! And instead we got the war that's at the cusp of ending, but it's still not ending yet. We'll have to see. We'll have to fucking see, right? If it ends tomorrow, then hey, great. That's a good thing. On my early Friday stream, I will be like, yes, it's finally over. Thank fucking God, this didn't become an endless war. I will be, I wouldn't say actually be singing Trump's praises or anything like that. But I will be happy. I'll be like, thank God, Trump, you didn't actually make this an endless war. I appreciate that. I'm still not exactly happy with this in the first place, but hey, you know what? I'll take it. And if people want to dogpile on me and be like, oh, you're such an idiot for not trusting the plan. Okay, so what? I'll take the L. If the means that this war doesn't actually turn to an endless war, or Afghanistan situation where the invasion aspect of things takes like 6 months, but we're stuck in the country for 20 years, then I will happily take the L on that, because I'm wrong about something horrible happening. That's a good thing to be wrong about. But I don't think that's going to be the case, based off what I've observed before. And that's just my stupid, dumb woman opinion on it. So here we are. If the cotton gin had been invented a few centuries earlier, things would have been much different. Yes. Yes. They all know it, but it's in their best interest not to allow it to happen, else these parasites will lose a very prosperous host. Yeah, well, supposedly they're already shifting focus to India. We're gonna see how well that works out for them. First world countries are blamed for slavery, but the countries actively participate get a pass. Shake my head. Yeah. I mean, the left always wants to forget about the fact that the Africans themselves were selling off slaves and participating in slavery within their own countries and tribes. But they were like, oh, the white man. Oh, it's all the white man's fault for importing slavery, ignoring the fact that the vast majority of slaves went to the Middle East. And the reason why you don't actually see any blacks in the Middle East is because they castrated them. Which is what we should have done as well, not gonna lie. Like, listen. I'm not a big fan of the Muslims, okay? I don't like the Middle East. But some of their methods for handling certain things are not the I mean, they castrated the black slaves. They don't have women's rights. They beat women. They're very tribal and loyal to themselves. I mean, why can't we have the white version of those type of things? You know. It's a good thing you're not blindly glazing Trump. It shows you can disagree with something and that there's something on the right that need to be more common. Yeah, I'm not a Trump loyalist. Like, once again, I'll vote for Republicans because they're better than the Democrats, and that's about as far as my loyalty goes in this case. Like, remember, chat, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not very well read on philosophy and history or anything like that. I am literally a dumb woman that lets to yap about her opinions on the internet. And these are just my opinions at the end of the day, and I obviously report on the news and different things like this. But it's just a game theory, as the classics used to say. And that's just what it is. So, women not taking responsibility or accountability? More news at 11. Thank you, Jericho Got Taken, for the 500 warp tokens. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It's okay if you're a woman, you're becoming my favorite white woman. Well, thank you. I'm glad that you think that I'm white. I mean, I am white. Sometimes. Sometimes I'm Blasian. Sometimes I'm Indian. Sometimes I'm a man with a 12-inch cock that's 3 inches wide with flaccid. All depends on my mood, you know? You can be transracial, like Rachel Dolezal said. It's great. I think he's lost on Doppelganger for the 500 warp tokens. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Did the ruling get made? Ari Permafect? I don't think the ruling has been made yet. There's been a bunch of clips that have come from the Supreme Court today. I think it's still ongoing from my understanding of things, because I seen like all the clips are from earlier today before stream started. Excuse me. Let me double check. I don't think it's like an all-day thing. I think it's it's gonna be a multi-day issue. The Supreme Court judge on birthright citizenship. So I will say it probably will fail. It probably will fail just because of women. Unironically, Amy Coney Barrett is literally the lifeline. She will be the tiebreaker, and she's got 2 Haitian fucking kids that she adopted. Do you really think a woman with 2 fucking black kids are probably gonna stab her later, or is gonna vote to end birthright citizenship? Yeah, I think not. I think not. She's backstabbed Trump on like every single issue. It's not even funny. Like, Trump, I wish Trump was half the fucking dictator that the left thinks he is, because he's got such a soft spot for women. And actually, like, DEI hires. I mean, he got Kash Patel to be the fucking FBI director. There. He's got Pam Bondi to be Attorney General, or Matt Gaetz, and she's been a fucking disaster for different things. Like, he... God. Okay, am I still live? Let's see here. Hopefully everything just didn't just absolutely die completely. Yes. Yes. Beautiful. Beautiful. Lovely. My computer just black screened there. So I was, a little bit worried. A little bit worried here. Okay, looks like there was a little bit of a, I didn't even see a pause on kick. Thank God. Thank God. I think my computer got a little bit upsetty with me for, getting a bit heated here. She got black? No! Kill yourself. Anyways, what were they saying before I had a mild panic attack there? About birthright citizenship. I forget what I was saying there, because like I said, I kind of Mossad hacking in. Well, I mean, I work for Mossad. I'm the honeypot after all. I was ranting about birthright citizenship in the Supreme Court and women. Amy Coney Barrett, Haitian kids. I lost my point there. But yeah, it's still ongoing. Like, it's probably not gonna pass. I mean, come on, it's rusting the hands of... Oh! Trump's affinity. Like, yeah, he's not half the dictator that the left... Like, I wish he was half the dictator that the left thinks he was, because he's too partial. Like, he's too much of, like, a classical liberal. You know, sorry to bring up 2018 Sargon and UKIP here. But like he's literally like a classical liberal, right? Where equality, not equity, right? Equality, right? Women should get the right to vote and have position of power. Oh, black people are just as equal as the white people. All this other fun stuff, right? They should get a chance. It's just political differences in place. That's all. No big deal. No big deal. That's all. And just he's not far enough. He's not even far enough. In fact, yeah, I had it in my tab. I'm kind of like all over the place. I had a bunch of clips prepared for court case, and I'm just going all over the place now. About that, leave the Supreme Court votes. Huh? Where was it? That's P.E.P.E and corrupt judges. Yeah, there we go. Like, another day full of reminders that P.E.P.E was right. If you don't impeach corrupt judges, you cannot fix the country. Cannot, in all caps. They will form a cartel or judicial dictatorship and block off reforms, preventing the systemic corruption that puts them in their seats. 100% correct, right? Everybody on the right likes to turn to P.E.P.E and be like, look what happens when you just take care of the 1 or 2% that does all the crimes and everything like that. And that's technically true. But nobody wants to address how you actually take care of the criminals. Because what P.E.P.E did, and just let me a quick summary of what he did, is he rounded everybody up that has a very specific tattoo. It's a tattoo that these cartels got by usually murdering and raping and doing absolute vile things to prove their loyalty to the cartels. And that's how they got the tattoo. But under American judicial law, under liberalism, rounding people up because they have a simple tattoo, even though that tattoo is actually not that simple, has actually a lot of depth and meaning behind it, is completely illegal. It's not possible to do so in America or in Britain or Europe and just in general, right? You're violating many aspects of law by doing so. You're not giving them a fair trial. Like, what he did is he wiped out the judges, and then he didn't give any of these people a fair trial. They had, like, Zoom Skype calls, and they didn't even get a chance to even defend themselves. They just showed up, stated their name, and got locked away. And he got rid of, the percentage of people doing the crime there. And it went from one of the worst countries in the world to actually being safer than Europe. Unironically, El Salvador is safer than Europe now. I actually want to go to El Salvador someday. Maybe I will. Chat, should I go to El Salvador and, like, film what it's like to be there? I wonder if I can make that happen, really, now that I think about it. But then again, traveling by myself sounds really scary. I've never traveled by myself before. But I kind of want to do that. Cause I want to see. I want to see it for myself beyond just, like, videos and things like that online. And actually prove that it actually is safer. Like, walk out at night at, like, 2 a.m. just to kind of, like, prove it. But that's a big risk. That's a big risk as a 5'1" woman. But anyways. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll. Anyways. But he had to completely obliterate the liberal justice system to do so. Trump's not going to do this. Which is what he needs to do. Every single one of his executive orders has been blocked by judges. There's a reason why this whole birthright citizenship is going to the Supreme Court. And it's been a huge fucking mess. And he's, you know what? He's playing by the rules. He's trying to be fair. He's, he's following the system in this case. But the purpose of the system is what it does. And the purpose of this system is to continue on with the current status quo, which means unlimited illegals, making America into the melting pot. It's not exactly a melting pot, it's just a fucking horrible salad of things mixed together, and it's disgusting. No one likes salad. This is a really shitty salad. And there's no actual way to fix this other than being authoritarian, other than being a dictator, which is exactly what P.E.P.E does. obviously, the reason why dictators and authoritarians are so scary is the fact that, you know, you run the risk of them being evil. Same with, like, monarchy. I know authoritarianism and monarchy are two very different systems of government, but they're roughly the same idea, where one person has all the power to rule over. And that's why monarchy has died out and replaced with democracy, where the people are supposed to have more power in this case. But it actually dilutes their power because you have more people being voted into power that are in there for a short amount of time that can't really do anything because you have the checks and balances blocking them. And then you have all the lobbying taking place, especially in the case of America, and bribery for the rest of the world. And a short amount of time there, so they go in, get their bag, and leave. There's really no actual incentive to fix anything, because there's a time limit for how much they can be there. So once again, power, who fucking cares? You really just need to try your luck to have an ambivalent leader, or a leader that actually cares to handle things. In the case of Bukele, obviously you can roll the dice and, you know, get a bunch of ones, a critical fail, and get somebody who's going to make things worse, like in the case of Cuba. But once it goes back to the whole, the country is its people. The people is its country. When you have third world shitholes that are extremely corrupt and brown, chances are you're not going to get a good dictator, because they're a bunch of scammers and fraudsters and horrible people by default in this case. But you have a white European-based country, chances are going to be higher than the ambivalent leader. Not always, obviously, because corruption runs deep no matter what government system and the people in general. But still, El Salvador got really lucky in this case, and with Bukele. And I'm glad it worked out for them. And actually, like I said, I really want to go see them and see the changes in this place, because it is so much safer than the rest of the Western world at this point, because he is a dictator. He is a generous dictator that went in, wiped out the judges, wiped out liberalism, and actually instituted policies that actually made people safe, but required being a dictator to do so. And Trump's not going to do that, which is why we have this whole Supreme Court case with birthright citizenship, that they're going to vote no and strike it down because of fucking women. And then I don't mean the Vanta black pill here. I don't want to be a doomer, but it's Joe over. Unless he actually does pick up the reins and does something, which I do not see him doing whatsoever, as we can saw by his address that was very short. He's just talking about the Iran war. He didn't even bring up once the birthright citizen. Like, he did very briefly talk about the Artemis launch and wish them good luck. But he didn't bring up the birthright citizen thing once, even though he was actually there for about an hour and a half during the hearing today. You think something so much this important would actually be also put in his address to the nation? Because if we don't actually have strong limitations on who can actually be a citizen, then we don't have a country. If someone born in a stable is a horse, then we don't have a country. Like, I know that sounds very dark and depressing. I know it's Vanta Black Pillion and Doomerish. And it might sound extreme, but it's literally it. If we don't actually have definitions for what a nation is, what makes actually an American, if anybody can just come here, fly over, take an 8-hour flight or 10-hour flight from where fucking shithole they come from and pop out a baby, and then congratulations, they have citizenship, and then the parent can work on getting their green card and get citizenship because of their anchor baby, then what's the point of having a country? Like, seriously, can somebody actually give me a valid reason for how we would have a country in this case? Because the only way to overturn the Supreme Court ruling is for Trump to be a dictator at that point, and he's not going to do that. It's job over. Game over. Giving everyone the right to vote makes everything retarded. Yes. Everything's appealing to the lowest common denominator. And so here we are. Women should have the right to vote. Not even all white men should have the right to vote. Because it should only be some certain stipulations in case. I believe men that are married with at least one kid to be able to have, like, should be the ones to be able to write the vote. White men who are married with one kid. I know the whole service guarantee citizenship is a possibility. I'm not completely against it, but it's easily abused. We already see it with our current military, where people just join the military and get the cushy office jobs just for the benefits. We can talk about, and we can split the hairs and how to properly fix that in that case. And I'm not completely against that, once again, if we can actually put some definitions down for the services so people don't abuse the system that way. And no, nothing's going to be completely perfect whatsoever. But just expanding the right to vote to literally everybody. Well, then you have people like the Democrats who are just like, yeah, we'll give you free shit. It might raise everyone's taxes, but we're still going to give you free fucking shit. Go ahead, have as much fun as you want. So of course, all the third worlders are going to vote for that stuff because they're leeches. They come here to extract the resources from the system. You see with the fucking Somalian scams in Minnesota. You see women voting for blue as well because, oh, the poor brownoids, my emotions from not actually having a baby. Because I grew up on Jew daycare and therefore I can't have a kid until I'm 35 and at that point I have no fucking eggs. I'm just an empty egg carton now. Tells me that I have to actually emotionally project my needs to baby onto just worthless brownoids instead. Are gonna vote that. Then you just have the white men who are a dying breed because white people aren't having kids anymore, and just are the only ones to be able to vote our way out of this. And once again, they're becoming more and more disenfranchised, so they can't get a job, they can't get a house because they're being actively discriminated against thanks to DI policies and visas. I wonder how this is going to be going then. Alright, I'm upsetty. I'm very angry at the moment. The blood moon has risen, and so therefore, once again, women are emotional. This is why women shouldn't be in politics or positions of power. But thankfully, I'm a dumb woman on the internet, so it doesn't matter if I get angry. I for one to want foreign nationals in our military? Yes, exactly. Like, if we're going to be doing, like, service guaranteed citizenship, we need to put very strong limitations on what actually guarantees that citizenship with that service. Birthright citizenship can work if at least one parent is legally registered as a U.S. citizen. Well, at that point, that's regular citizenship. Like, I'm not even kidding. Like I said, I you know, I had Grok being like, how is the process getting citizenship for babies born in countries that do not have birthright citizenship? It literally means that you check the rules of the parent citizenship country, not the birth country. That's just regular citizenship rules for literally the rest of the fucking world. Right? Most of the world, including most of Europe, Asia, Africa, and parts of America, follows Jus sanguinis. Once again, I'm not going to pronounce Latin correctly, I'm retarded. Right of blood instead, which is the parent citizenship. But now we have run into the issue, which is a strictly American problem, where thanks to the 1965 Hart-Celler Act, we have so many foreigners here, and so many foreigners that have popped out their anchor babies, that they have citizenship when they shouldn't be. They should be deported back to their own foreign country. And so that makes things a little bit more complicated just by even doing that. Some people fly here and give birth and leave. Yes, exactly that. In fact, China. I brought this up on stream before. But thanks to the whole birthright citizenship thing, we've got a little bit more details here. Basically, China has a whole fucking program where they purposely, through surrogacy, create Chinese American babies to get American citizenship. Then they fly them back to China, indoctrinate them with the CCP, send them back to America when they're adult. They use the sleeper cells, and infiltrate the American system. Which, fun fact, the Olympics happened a month or so ago, and there was two specific cases that are juxtaposed with each other. One was a woman who was a Chinese American. She's just Chinese, by the way. I don't like hyphenated Americans, but for context purposes, Chinese American, who deserted America and went to represent China instead. And people were like, oh, she's a traitor, blah, 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 blah. No, she's fucking Chinese. She's actually doing the right thing by defecting and going to serve China. In this case, fucking shitty that she's got a citizenship, but you should revoke that. Problem solved. Then there's another case where another Chinese American, represented the United States, and she was a huge meme for a few weeks because she was that cute little chungus that guys really like. Not bashing on your types, by the way, just saying. Absolutely libtarded. Both cases, they were conceived via surrogacy. The one that represented China was a woman who had a American man donate sperm and gave birth that way. And then the Quirk Chungus one that stayed to represent America, her dad claims to be a defector of the CCP, fled to America as a refugee for, that kind of purposes. But he donated his sperm and had the eggs via surrogacy that way to give birth to his daughter. And she still grew up retarded and hates America and all that fun stuff because they don't fucking assimilate, of course. But everyone, all the guys liked her online because she's cute and stuff. And once again, not bashing you, but once again, it's not to be like the jealous woman trope, but like it was the danger hair, the piercing, not even a lip piercing. It's literally like a tooth piercing thing. Like all the signs were kind of there, guys. I get the appeal, but come on. I know you want to give her your MAGA cock and turn her right wing, but that's not happening. Anyways, but yeah, both of them are Chinese surrogates because it's whole part of their program to have these hyphenated Americans so they can have citizenship this way. Now, once again, her dad claims to be a defector of the CCP and come here as a refugee, but pardon me if I don't really believe that when the CCP is notorious for being downright subversive and evil, the Jews of fucking Asia here. So, yeah. I thought we didn't allow dual citizenship with the CCP. Now I know, I suppose. Denaturalized the port? Yes. To be fair, she is half white. Sorry. There's no such thing as half white. Or half whatever the case is. You're now just a mudblood. Like, you... To get extra spicy this stream, okay? You're now creating a whole different thing. When you take a lion and a tiger and you mix them together, right, when you breed them, it creates a liger. It's not a lion, it's not a tiger, it's a liger. It's a whole new thing. That's exactly the same case with race mixing. You're neither white or black or Asian or Indian or whatever the parents think. You're a whole new creature. And it's not your fault if you're mixed, okay? It's, and not to really shame your parents or your grandparents, but I will shame them because it's still sad that it happened. It's not exactly your fault, but mixed are their own different definition, legally speaking, actually. And so they're not half whites. They're a half, they're mixed, okay? There's no saving them at that point. If you still have kids with them, they're still going to be a quarter of whatever mix it was. If you yourself are white, you're still not gonna have a full child. And they have so many health issues. Like, mixing white and Asian is not the worst thing because they're closer together than, like, white and black if you look at the genetic scale. Like, but it still causes problems. There's actually a case of an Indian and some other South Asian mixing. I forget what it was. There. But... There's some racial mixing there within even this, like, the sea people, with an Indian, and their kid had health problems and couldn't actually get anyone to match them, for bone marrow transplants because nobody else is mixed like because they were so fucking rare for race mixing purposes, and you can't get a transfer from your parents because you're so different. you're literally sentencing your kids to death if they have any health problems, which they usually do have more health problems because of it. Oh, it's not every single one, or also the mix would be dying on the street, right? But it's such a gamble to mix your kids that cause the health problems, and you're killing your lineage in the process that has been passed down by your ancestors for thousands of years. And if you're white and you're mixing with any of the browns, you're just lowering their IQ, because IQs are genetic. They're like roughly, there's different sources say different amounts, but anywhere between like 30 to like 60%, which is a wide gulf, but still genetic when it comes to IQ. It's awful what you're doing to your kid at that point. And I feel bad for anybody who's mixed at that because of it, because it's not their fault. But welcome to the modern world. It's a huge problem here in South America, at least in Chile, the bone marrow thing. Yeah, like South America is a great example because of how mixing causes so many problems. The caloric plant there, and slightly blue. He believe it or not, he is white. I had him send a hand pick to prove it. But as a Chilean, I think he knows what he's talking about when it comes to this type of deal when it comes to South American problems. Already gamble enough in a relationship, gotta play the best odds possible. Yeah, but race mixing is just damning your kids to doom. And your lineage, and your ancestors. It's absolutely tragic, all the flaws when it comes to race mixing. My genetic makeup is European, but boy, it's spread. It's important to note that Europe is a very small circle in the grand scheme of things. They're very genetically similar. Like the Germans and the British are very genetically similar. The Germans and the French are very genetically similar. That's not race mixing. That's staying actually within your own people. Yes, Germans and Frenchies are different. Germans and British are different. But genetically, they were almost 1-to-1. Germans and Japs, on the other hand, there's a bit of a wider gulf. And then Germans and Nigerians, that you're talking a whole ocean difference there if you actually look at genetic maps. It's absolutely insane. Because even though, humans share 99.9% of DNA, because of how complicated and intricate DNA is, that 0.1% can have so many wide variables within it. When you start doing the racial thing, that's where you get those massive gulfs and all those different issues that comes into it. Race and ethnicity isn't the same thing? Yes. And that's important to note when we're talking about race mixing, because then you have some leftists being like, oh, but you're saying that a German and a Frenchie can't have kids together? No, that's ethnicity. We're talking about different things. Like, they're either purposely dense and malicious on purpose, or they simply cannot understand the differences there. But hey, what can I say? No, I would never mix a French and a British. Thank you, last on Doppelganger, for the 500 world tokens. Thank you. We need peeps on the right as a hinge as the left. Also, there's effectively no legal way to remove judges. Must be removed by force. Yes, I agree. But that's not going to happen because the right is the more sensible ones. And, excuse me. And if the right does go too far too fast, the normies aren't going to be upsetting. And with our current system, we still have to bend to the dumb will of the normie majority. It's not exactly a favorable position to be in, but it's one that we are in the current position. Things are shifting, but still. I thank you, Devil in Red, for the 500 warp tokens. Just letting you know about, the US has been in the Gulf War for 36 years. It was never declared over. Just look up official VA wartime service periods. I mean, that makes sense why it's just constantly ongoing. I know we were supposed to pull out Afghanistan under the first year of Biden, and that was a disaster. It was something Trump planned, but then Biden went in, interfered with it, and then turned into a hot fucking mess. And Trump didn't start any new wars under his first administration, so everybody was like, oh, sigh of relief, it's over, we're finally done with messing with the Middle East. But clearly did not actually end. It's just continuing on, just like all our other wars. Since we haven't legally declared war since World War II, we just go places and bomb them, and well, we're in a war now. The right wing is to appeal to women because of the 19th? Unfortunately, yes, to a certain degree. Or we just repeal the 19th and the problem will be solved. It's not gonna happen. Unfortunately, a lot of my positions are just pipe dreams. So they're not realistic. But a girl can dream. A girl can dream. Or a man can dream. Depends on my mood, obviously. Appealing to a woman is a losing game. Yeah. Yeah, I mean... The nice thing is, women follow, trends. They go with whatever's popular. And so if being right-wing is popular, then you're gonna see women follow it. Actually, you already see it right now with the online discourse. You see, like, new base women popping up, like, every other day. And I'm not gonna call them grifters, because that's a high allegation to cause them. I don't actually really think they are grifters, right? Because they're just... Like, because grifter has that malice part of it, where you're farming views, to gain attention and money that way. But they're really just following whatever's popular. Because that's how women are. They're like lemmings. They just follow course. And when you put them in school, and then send them into college, and you have these teachers propagandizing them with all this leftist nonsense, then of course they're gonna follow it. Women are emotional. They're herd mentality. That's why you have all these, like, fashion trends, or TikTok trends, or all these other trends, right? They're trends. The definition of a trend is a fad. It's a fleeting thing that's super popular for a brief period of time, then goes away and gets replaced with a new one. That's just how women work, and they've always worked that way because they're more social of the sexes that way, because they have to work together because they are the weaker sex. And when you have a right ascendancy online, which is what we have right now, then yes, you're going to see more women head in that direction. And that's what we're seeing right now. Which I'm aware I can be labeled in that camp. I could argue differently, because I've been involved in politics since I was 12. Been slowly shifting right since 14, 15 when I found Sargon of Akkad. Back in the Gamergate days when he was debating, making video responses to Arnita Sarkeesian. He just wanted to play video games, that kind of deal, but I don't really have any proof of that, other than just trust me, bro, because I was a lurker for so long, and so, like, I understand the skepticism there, but trust me, bro. Please, but we are seeing that, and that's a good thing. But it's a very shaky thing, because women get scared so easily that if you push too far, too fast, they flee. Because it's like, ooh, you have to hurt people, you have to be mean, and it scares them. And so it's unfortunately a precarious position. And so that's why you should just not care what women think, because women are attracted to testosterone and macho men. Hence why the right's able to actually have the power it has now after 10 plus years of non-stop fighting for it. And then the left going too far with their censorship during COVID, which woke up a lot of normies. Kind of proves that acceleration works to a certain degree, but I'm still not completely on board with it. And we just need to keep on pushing forward. Keep on pushing forward. I mean, talking about Jews as in tiny hats and stuff like that is becoming mainstream. Now, obviously, there are some problems with anti-Semitism becoming mainstream, and women getting involved with that. But it's a good thing, because anti-Semitism was normal for entirety of human history until 80 years ago, thanks to a funny mustache man. So I don't actually have that much of a problem with it being mainstream, because it's just things reverting back to natural course. There's a reason why they've been kicked out of 109 countries. And there. So we are heading in the right direction, I would probably say, when it comes to online discourse. Now, it being transferred into actual IRL politics is a different story. You can see it on a little bit more local scale is a good sign. I think Britain's a good sign too with how popular Restore Britain is and Rupert Lowe. In America, it's a little bit more difficult. You can maybe make the argument that Trump is that sign. I mean, for fuck's sakes, we memed him in the presidency during 2016 with all the fucking Shadilays and free Kekistans. In that case, so there is definitely power of the internet transferring into IRL. But it can be easily blocked if we're not careful and don't have the right people. So it's a tricky thing. So getting involved locally is the best way forward and for turning online into IRL. Yeah, Sargon's a rare case. Is someone growing? I know a lot of people don't like Sargon here. I know a lot of people aren't like Medicare fans. And you know what? Hey, I respect it. I never got into Medicare myself. I was kind of stuck in my Sargon home. I have nothing against him. In fact, he's actually quite funny. And I understand why people like him. But I think Sargon does get a lot of flack. And I still like him a lot. I've been a bronze tier member of the Lotus Eaters since 2021. So what can I say? I'm still loyal to Sargruni. Not Trump's not going to fix the current situation. Oh, I know. I was just using him example in 2016 for how the internet shaped IRL politics. Because, I mean, the feel for 2016 is definitely I have nostalgia for. That's why I like P.E.P.E. so much. You know, I still reference Shadilay, and you know, and Kekistan and different things like that. I know they're all like very dead memes. They're 10 years old for fuck's sakes. But that time period was so very special and very influential on me overall, because there's this feeling of hope, a change, that there's actually something that could possibly happen. And with all the edits, I mean, people like Sargon making videos and talking about the benefits of Trump, the actual pushing against the mainstream culture thanks to Gamergate. I mean, literally, I see memes on Twitter like once a week now talking about Zoe Quinn and how her fucking Five Guys for her shitty game review is like caused the war in Iran, or various different memes of that source, because it's basically the case. The online right grew in ascendancy because of Trump, because of Gamergate before that, and that's why it's such a. That's where internet does actually affect IRL. Kikistan is now Lolbert Queer Slop Embrace NS. No, listen, I am a proud member of Kekistan. I'm one of the original members. Even though I never actually partook in the online discourse, I was just a lurker, but I may or may not have named my phone Kekistan when that happened, and then I just never changed the name. I like the tall genders on the Lotus Eaters. Oh, Harry! Harry's one of the best. Especially since Callum left. Sargoya Masad? No, I don't. You guys are too mean though, poor old Sargaruni. Thank you, Thomas Backfire, for the $5 reduce. And no message. Jesus, just dropping your meat like that. Thank you, my dude. I appreciate it. Just for that. Lurk Moramal? I mean, I still kinda do. I've been trying to be more active. And going into, like, different people's streams and different things like that. But I really am a lurker at heart. So maybe one of these days I'll pull up my alt account and be like, here's everybody I was subscribed to at the time. Yeah. Connor's also pretty good, but he left as well. I never liked Connor. He has definitely made a lot of improvements recently, but maybe I shouldn't be careful to bash him. But he came in guns blazing, talked over everybody. had a huge fucking boner for Christianity, which I get he was like the religious representative of the Lotus Eaters, because Lotus Eaters do have different guys with different backgrounds and different opinions, all within the same right-wing sphere, but with differences, so that way they can debate on different things, so they're not all just one talking head. And he just overtook everything. It was really insufferable. And my conspiracy theory, okay, I have no proof for this, and I should probably not talk about this on stream, but my tenfold conspiracy theory is that he's the reason why Callum left. Because if you watch the Lotus Eaters from that time period, because like Connor joined and Callum left within like 6 months later, and you could see Callum facial expression, because he's never was good at actually hiding his facial expressions. You couldn't see whenever Connor would talk, he would be actually actively annoyed. He would make really like irritated faces whenever Connor was speaking, and he was holding, you could tell he was holding his tongue the entire time. And then 6 months later, he just left, and he started his like Lord Miles arc, what he would, you know, go explore. And technically a few months beforehand, he was already leaving, and he was visiting the Taliban. He went to Afghanistan for a bit before he actually left the Lotus Eaters. So that's my conspiracy theory. I don't know. I'm not saying that's true whatsoever, okay? I have not seen anybody else mention this. But that's my personal conspiracy theory as to why Callum left the Lotus Eaters, was because of Connor. And I just never liked Connor. He seemed like he was he was like me. He was a fan of Sargon for many years, and I can understand his enthusiasm for joining the Lotus Eaters and being with his idol, and I would probably be the same way. But he always just felt very forced. And always and there's a whole nickname for him for like the past few years, called him Containment Connor. And only it was recently, after he had a whole debate with that one Jew, that had the whole Nick Fuentes is evil interview, that one British Jew, I forget his fucking name. But after going on a debate for him for multiple days, and Connor was just like, yeah, so maybe there is kind of a problem with the Jews. It finally took him interacting with him and having a debate for like 4 days straight before Connor was just like, yeah, we do kind of have an Israel problem in Britain now, don't we? Like, yes, we do. Yes, we do, Connor. And now he's actually like, he went from civic nationalism to ethno-nationalism because of that. And it's like, thank you, Connor. You're a bit late to the party, but you know what? Hey, you know, he's got his, it's not like he doesn't have popularity for a reason. So, I mean, I guess it's, you know, better than nothing. Right? The more people talking about this, especially with large bases, is better. But fuck, man, that was painful to watch. Oh. I got way off topic today. Sorry. I'm fangirling. Maybe it's not exactly fangirling, but I know here's my Lotus Eaters cred, I guess. I think his name is Stelios or something. Haven't watched him in a long time. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Stelios either, but like, you know, he's Greek, right? And you know, liberal, so you have to have differences of viewpoints on the Lotus Eaters, which is one of the things I do respect Sargon for. We're having guys at different viewpoints so they can't actually debate each other about that type of stuff. But anyway, I was gonna show this video about the Chinese surrogacy thing. Then I got way off topic. I was going to watch the Kier Starmer address, and before even I got to the China thing, and I got way off topic. I'm all over the place today, chat. I am so fucking sorry. There's no consistency here. I try to make my streams more organized, but since I got back from vacation, I just feel like I just been yapping about random things. Okay, let's watch the Kier Starmer address, because I was supposed to juxtapose it with the Trump address. Let me go take a pee break. I'll be back in 2 minutes. I'm a quick pisser, because this is 10 minutes long. So let me take a quick pee break. I'll be back in 10 minutes or sorry, 2 minutes or less. And then we'll watch the Kier Starmer debate and not debate, the address, and can just suppose it was Trump since they both were today. BRB, BRB. I'm back. Okay. Let's listen to Kier Starmer's address here. And just suppose it with Trump's. Or why all the world leaders decided to come out today on April Fools to talk about whatever's happening.
Has now entered a second month. And while we're working at pace for DS...
Did it? I thought this was supposed to be the full thing. Did I? Full address to the nation. Why is it cut off a little bit? I didn't pre-watch this because I was like, oh, full address to the nation, 10 minutes long. That makes logical sense. Okay.
in the Middle East has now entered a second month. And while we're working at pace for de-escalation and peace, it is now clear that the impact of this war will affect the future of our country. So today I want to reassure the British people that no matter how fierce this storm, we are well placed to weather it, and that we have a long-term plan to emerge from it a stronger and more secure nation. First, let me say once again, this is not our war. We will not be drawn into the conflict. That is not in our national interest.
Based? Listen, I'm not a fan of Kier Starmer. I actually hate the guy, and I wish he was deposed. But, completely true. Like, this is probably one of the best things he's actually ever done since he's gotten into power. In this case, it's just not get involved with it. It's not their war whatsoever. It's like it's not Britain's it's not Britain's war. It's that simple. I mean, it's not really America's war either, technically, even though we started it. We did it on behalf of Israel, like Rubio straight up said. And people were like, oh, well, that clip was taken out of context. No, I watched the full, 2-minute and 30-second clip. It wasn't taken out of context. He literally said, oh, if we didn't do anything, Iran would attack Israel. Okay, so we did this to protect Israel. It's because of Israel. That's why. But it's not Britain's war. They have no incentive to join this. If anything, it's a disincentive. They're gonna lose British men because it's only white British men, right? Only actual real British men. They're getting sent to die there, and so they're gonna lose even more of their population, and so that way they can be easily more invaded by brownoids, which actually that would be incentive for Kier Starmer, really. But he's already tanking in the polls and being hated, so he's probably trying to avoid that. I saw some things from the Home Office talking about how, yeah, we're finally going to investigate the grooming gangs after years of saying that they're not actually real. Well, that's because Restore Britain's causing a little bit too much heat on us. Anyway, so yeah, good on them. Good on them. Oh, thank you, Thomas. Blackfire for the $10 reduce. Thank you. The Amalgamyte is a woman, gets $10 for no reason. The world of woman is strange to a guy like me. Well, thank you. I appreciate the $10 for no reason. I thank you. I know me being a vagina holder makes things a lot easier, and you know what? Not gonna complain. I appreciate it. Thank you again. I honestly, anything that kind of helped the channel. In this case, I'm glad that you guys actually like my streams for whatever reason. Hmm. Thank you, Thomas Blackfire, for a $5 reduce. By the way, you've been a lurker for a while, just saying, but I feel at this point you deserve some petty cash for knowing your place. Thank you for being a real woman. Well, thank you for being a lurker. And also for the petty cash and just for supporting the channel. In this case, you don't have to, like, if you're a lurker, just lurk. Like I was a lurker for such a long time myself, most of my internet life. I know what it's like. Like, as much as I love Sargaruni and everything like that, the only way I ever supported him was with the bronze tier membership at the Lotus Eaters. In this case, so like, lurkers get a little bit extra love from me just because I know what it's like, and VOD bros too, because I've pretty much never watched a live stream. Either. So, but thank you for the support. Even if you are a lurker or a VOD bro, and you don't actually like, or just a viewer in general, you don't have to donate support. Literally just being there and watching is just how you support. Because these, kind of going back to me celebrating being Kick Partner at the very beginning of the stream, these platforms care about numbers. And unfortunately, you, the individual, is just a number in the system. But you're still a number nonetheless. And the bigger the line go up, the better. And so that's just how you can just support channels for free. Or like liking streams on YouTube, for example. Or being a warm body on Kick. Same thing with Rumble. The Rumble's got terrible discoverability, but same thing there. And so just you don't actually have to give petty cash because you just being here is enough. Even if you don't chat. I know this sounds super gay, but it's literally just how it works. And thank you for being here and actually enjoying my content. Sorry to get a little homoerotic, but it is true, so thank you. And thank you, Thomas Blackfire, again, for the petty cash, because obviously that does help even more, right? But thank you. Thank you. Hmm. When you're a number, it must be number one. Yes, you're all number one in my heart. As gay as it is. What about BitChute and Odyssey's discoverability? Oh fuck, you're talking about dead platforms. BitChute died as soon as it began. It got fucking smothered by not what's it called? Um Britain's an internet police thingy that they have. I forget what it's called. And Odyssey just never actually put the investment into their website like they were supposed to. So, Ofcom, thank you, Chet, for being my memory. That's actually what makes Kick very special. Is they actually put, even though was originally based off gambling, they actually put the investment in from their gambling into improving their site. By fixing the back end, working on discoverability, paying creators to actually be streaming on the site, even if that was only a brief thing, it's still incentivize people to come over, and just working with their. I just saw a bunch of chats just get fucking nuked on YouTube, and I have no clue fucking why. Just all the Kick chats just fucking died. I don't know what happened. I hope it was for good reasons. I don't think it actually was for good reasons. So my apologies for that. Yeet, yeah, exactly. Massage strike on YouTube, for real. But what was I saying about Odyssey and everything like that? But yeah, it just Kick actually put the money where their mouth was. Rumble, kind of doing the same, but not for like the best reason, not the best Rumble, but it's Rumble's great for having Rumble only streams, which I need to do. I didn't do one for March, so I need to do one in April. Right, you can say the funny little N word, right, nuclear. But there's really no benefit to Rumble other than that, and it's a shame because I wish there was, but I guess that's the reason why Peter Thiel is in place there. It was a small hat tribe. Thank you, DC Pagan, for the $5 dues. Remember, if you a 900N to OnlyFans, you're literally chanting your real to Israel. I'm not going to do OnlyFans or Fansly. Thank you very much. But I'm not. I'm not going to channel my real to Israel no matter what. Okay. Yeah. Do I like a little bit of fan service and lewdness when it comes to my art? Why, of course. Everyone likes likes lewdness and all that fun stuff. But that's about as far as we're gonna get. Thank you, Thomas Blackfire, for the $5 dues. Man, you said a lot of words. I don't know, woman, I guess. Here's another 5 for that. Well, thanks. I'll just say thanks and leave it at that and go back to Kier Starmer. That way, the woman moments are avoided there.
And the most effective way we can support the cost of living in Britain is to push for de-escalation in the Middle East and a reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which is such a vital route for energy. To that end, we're exploring each and every diplomatic avenue that is available to us. The Foreign Secretary and the Chancellor have met their counterparts in the G7. The Defence Secretary has been in the Middle East speaking to our partners. And the UK has now brought together 35 nations around our statement of intent to push as one for maritime security across the Gulf. And today I can announce that later this week, the Foreign Secretary will host a meeting that brings those nations together for the first time, where we will assess all viable diplomatic and political measures that we can take to restore freedom of navigation, guarantee the safety of trapped ships and seafarers, and resume the movement of vital commodities.
I can't really blame him for this. Like, once again, I don't like Kier Starmer. I don't like the Labour government. I don't really want to be running defense for him. And I, I, I don't want to be labeled a traitor to my fucking country, but as someone who doesn't support the Iran war, I can't blame these countries for forming this coalition to stop this. Because you have to see it from their perspective here. They're being hit hard with the Strait of Hormuz being closed. Like, Trump keeps on saying, oh, we don't need it, because we have so many oil reserves ourselves. And frankly, I don't really believe him that we don't actually need it, because eventually those oil reserves do run out, and obviously that causes problems, and the gas companies always use any excuse they can to hike up the prices, regardless of the oil reserves or not. But in the case of these other countries, they don't have the oil reserves. They do rely on the Strait of Hormuz. Already reports reporting coming out last week that Australia only had like 2 weeks or less of oil. And there's already certain towns that are more on the edge. We're already running out of it. And it's going to be like fucking zombie land and for Australia because of how much they rely on it themselves. Completely decimating it. No wonder the Australian PM came out today and made a statement themselves. So we're not going to watch their statement, which now I feel like I should. But I probably not, because they're just being absolutely ruined. I know. Speaking of Callum from the Lotus Eaters, even though he hasn't been part of the Lotus Eaters for like 2 years now, he was talking on Twitter the other day, actually talking about the differences that the countries are facing, these different European or Western nations in general that are facing with the Strait of Hormuz being closed. And a lot of people took his tweets as being bitching about it, but it's really just stating the obvious that we're hurting our Western counterparts by doing this war. In fact, I was on Broken Crown earlier today, which is a podcast that Aiden Paladin and Aristocratic Utensil have together. And frankly, I didn't really add much commentary there. probably shouldn't have joined in hindsight, but they invited me on and I said yes. Um, and they were talking about this quite extensively about how this actually hurts the Western and it's actually pushing Europe into Russia's hand because Russia is not like we're alienating our Eastern not Eastern, our European allies, and there are some cases as someone like for America First to say base is a good thing, fuck Europe, but as I always will put America first and our interests first, but pushing our European allies away because of Israel's shitty fucking war with Iran is not actually a good thing. It's not based. Like us getting out of NATO because we're the ones funding everything. Okay, that's a good reason, right? Like that's a more of America stance. In that case, pulling out of NATO so we could possibly attack Turkey, which is a theory that Aiden Paladin and Spoon have. Not so base whatsoever. And we're alienating them for what reason? I don't get it. I don't get it.
Following that meeting, we will also convene our military planners to look at how we can marshal our capabilities and make the Strait accessible and safe after the fighting has stopped. Because I do have to level with people on this. This will not be easy. I spoke with relevant business leaders in shipping, finance, insurance, and energy supply in Downing Street on Monday. And they were clear with me the primary challenge they face is not one of insurance, but one of safety and security of passage. So the fact is, we need all of this together. A united front of military strength and diplomatic activity, partnership with industry, so they too can mobilise once the fighting has stopped.
I'm a little bit worried about the whole military mobilization here because the EU has been pushing for EU military for fucking forever. And while Britain's no longer part of the EU thanks to Brexit, spoiler alerts, Kier Starmer talks about how Brexit's a problem. And frankly, Brexit was so botched that they never really actually left the EU. Like, they left it in name only, and that's about it. Thank you, Boris Johnson, Theresa May, Liz Truss, for absolutely botching that. Appreciate it very much. Anyways, because I was fully on Brexit, because fuck the EU. The only good thing about the EU is their food regulation laws, and that's it. Damn. But yeah, the whole military thing sounds a bit suspicious, especially with the whole undying support for Ukraine that Europe has, which is retarded as well. Like, the Ukraine is just a Russia problem. Ukraine used to be part of Russia for like the longest fucking time. They split up. Okay, that happens. Whatever. They're only supporting Ukraine because they see them as the underdog, the poor oppressed Ukrainians versus the evil Russians because Putin's a dictator. Ew, disgusting. Who cares? It's Eastern Europe, and also Ukraine versus Russia. In that case, so but I'm getting off topic once again. Whoopsies. But that's a bit concerning. Also, I saw somebody mention, I care as much about the EU as I do Israel. They made it very clear they're not our allies. See, I think there's a difference between the EU as the government body and EU as in Europe as in general. So, EU as in the government body, yeah, fuck them. They are a heavy bureaucracy that has also been kissing the wall and heavily tainted and corrupted, over-regulate beyond imagining, awful body, and they clearly are just trying to bring in the Fourth Reich, with Ursula von der Leyen, and trying to get their own military. And anytime anything fails to pass, to just revote again till they brute force away. Absolutely fucking disgusting. With it, EU as in Europe in general, Europeans, there's a difference with them because keep in mind they don't really actually vote for the people in the EU. It's the whole faux democracy, bureaucracy issues once again. in their case. And they're our cousins. The Western world is a very special thing. Our culture, even though Germans are different than the French, and the French are different than the British, and the British are different than the Swedes, and different things like that, we are still cousins. We're still related, and we still have a culture overall. We still absolutely change the world with our advance with the technologies that only we have been able to do for centuries now. We are influential. We wouldn't have civilization without us. I guess the Chinese too, and the Japs, but they're kind of a special case compared to like the rest of the world. And even though Americans are different than the British, we still originate from Europe, right? Like, where did white people come from? Well, Europe. Okay, like they're literally our ancestors, and there is some sort of blood bond that we have with them. Yes, America should be first and foremost because America is different than Britain. America is its own sovereign country, and we should do things differently because we are different. We have created our own nation, our own people because of it. But we shouldn't just completely abandon them and say fuck you either. Like, the real differences between the EU as a governing body and America is because of Trump. If it was a Democrat like Biden, we were perfectly cozy with him. Why? Because the EU, once again, as a governing body, has kissed the wall and completely infected with liberalism as a whole. And that's why we were able to work in lockstep with them under Biden. Now, Biden was also very weak. Any points of contention we have with the EU is because of Trump, because he's going against the grain. This is globalism at its fucking finest. And even then, Trump's still technically globalist, just in a different way. He's just more loyal to Israel overall. That's where the real problems kind of come in. But the people themselves are not the problem. It's the governments, it's the globalists that are. There we go. Tangent, slightly over. Thank you, Trogan, for the $19.99. I still gotta catch up with the 13 Sentinel stream and see how that went for you, but this is go towards playing change. I'm still committed to no black piloting. I will add that to change, and I realized I never actually set up a dollar amount for the goal. Mods, if you could remind me to do that after stream, that'd be greatly appreciated. Because I need to figure out how long the game is, and then it's a training game, so therefore there's going to be an extra cost there and different things like that. But I will actually set up a game fund for it properly with a dollar amount, so I'll throw down your money there. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Griffin Gainey, for the $2 dues. Hoodie time. Yes, thank you, chat. YouTube bros, for hitting the goal. I know technically it ended like 2 minutes ago, but I'm still going to count it anyway. Thank you for hitting the goal. The P.E.P.E hoodie is now on. So thank you for your support, chat. Thank you so much. Yeah. There we go. Okay.
And above all, clear and calm leadership. That is what this country is ready to provide. Because my guide from the start of this conflict has always been the British national interest.
That's a lie.
And freedom of navigation in the Middle East is in the British national interest. Let me turn now to the impact at home, because I know that this is causing huge concern. People turn on their television, they look at their screens, they say explosions, infrastructure blown up, aggressive rhetoric. They worry that the UK will be dragged into this. We won't. But I also know that people have a deep sense that this will affect their family and their household. They can see it at the petrol pumps, and they worry about their energy bills. It is the job of government to meet these moments, not just with immediate action, but also with clarity about our direction. That's what I remember about the 1970s, when my family could not pay every bill. We struggled through the energy shocks and the price rises of that decade. But we always believed in the end that Britain would secure a better future for us. And I think that's what's been...
I mean, not to sound too ignorant here, but that's kind of what happens. Empires rise and fall and go through hard times. I mean, we had problems in the 70s as well with gas and oil prices too. Thank you, Carter. But then we're able to get through it as times change and get better. You just kind of have to wait it out. Unless you get invaded by millions upon millions of third world savages that rape and murder your women, and you can't do anything about it. That's a little bit harder to actually fight against. But Spain was able to do it after 800 years. So I mean, even then, there's still hope as well. Not to really dismiss what he's saying here, but it's technically true. It's technically true. And I guess it is important for the leader of the nation to actually come out and address these issues. It shows that he cares. Not like he actually does care about them anyway, but it's about the appearances, right? It's about the posturing of it. So I guess I'll give him where credit is due.
Been lacking in the crises of recent years. And I'm not prepared to ask the British people once again to go through a crisis, come out of it, and say, business as usual, back to the status quo. So on our economy, on our energy, and on our defence, this time will be different. We will make Britain a fairer and more secure country, because that hope is what is needed as the country comes together, and because how we emerge from this crisis will define us for a generation. So, as I set out a few weeks ago, we have a 5-point plan for the immediate crisis. We're cutting energy bills by over £100 per household today. We've extended the cut in fuel duty until September, and we're monitoring that situation daily. We're supporting people exposed to heating oil rises, setting aside £53 million for that. We're taking back control of our energy security by investing in clean British energy, because that is the only way we get your bills off the roller coaster.
Okay. Listen, I'm not like an economist. Once again, dumb woman, vagina, all those excuses, right? I was a little bit hesitant with the whole cutting the energy bills. I mean, one, the British people are so overtaxed and overregulated when it comes to their energy. It's insane how much they pay for it. I remember bringing up Callan once again. I keep bringing him up so much, but we are talking British politics here. I remember years ago when he was on the Lotus Eaters, he brought up the graph of the percentages of like how much of your British pounds are being paid for what, and the vast majority of it was for regulation purposes and taxes versus the actual energy spent what in your household or your apartment. And this was a few years ago. I imagine things have only gotten worse, especially under labor. So cutting the costs is like, okay, well, that's kind of a good thing because they are overpaying just by general because of the overregulation purposes. However, obviously, kind of like what the government does when they subsidize anything, it'll bite you in the ass later. Like, those like $2,000 that you used to get for the COVID relief? Well, it's because that wasn't taxes. I mean, they were not going to raise the taxes later on you. You might be taxed specifically on that, but the taxes still rise, don't they? Like, the government finds a way to recoup those costs because the government always wants even more and more money, whatever excuse they can get. And so it's probably going to fuck the economy up in its own way by doing so. But with the whole green energy, clean energy thing, that's going to make things even worse. Windmills and solar panels are a complete scam. The only actual true clean energy is nuclear, and that's not what he's talking about. He's the Labour politician. They're too scared of nuclear because they're being, well, some of it is fear, but a lot of it is just simply being paid psyop stuff, being lobbied into supporting the windmills and solar farms by these big companies and by the globalist NGOs because it is inefficient, because it actually harms the environment more. By doing so, the windmills kill birds because the birds just fly into them and you just got a mass grave of birds. Also creates huge vibrations. There was a case in America where a farmer was able to sue and win against a windmill plant because he notices that his horses were developing, I forget what it's called, but they're basically like left hooves or something. I believe that's what it's called. Where it was like they weren't able to walk properly because they found out the vibrations in the ground were really fucking up how the horses walked and completely fucked up their legs that way. It also kills whales when they're placed on the coast. A solar farms, they're not recyclable, and they also kill the environment around them, and they basically do not recoup the costs. Both solar farms and wind farms are more expensive than the process to make them versus the recycling of them, and how they're able to recoup the cost energy wise too. They're just completely inefficient, huge fucking scam, and that's what they're talking about when they talk about these cleaner energy things. It's just actually going to raise their bills even more. Uh, and like, it's, that's, I mean, it's labor, right? Kier Starmer, they're expecting actual good policy decisions on how to actually fix the oil crisis within Britain is ridiculous. I mean, the only good thing he's done so far it's in this speech and be like, yeah, we're not going to get involved with this, which is good for the Brits, but this doesn't sound like a good way to solve this. Nuclear would undercut every industry sector, say maybe oil. The entire industry is invested in it and never getting off the ground. Yes. Yes, like nuclear is dead on arrival. The only ones that survive are the ones left over, like in France. But even then, like they have policies in Germany where they actually just completely killed the nuclear program because of green energy things. And then all of a sudden, the war in the Ukraine happens, and they're like, "Oh, well, we have no fucking energy. Now we have to go run to Russia to get our gas." Well, this is fucking smart. We were having mass power outages and killing our elderly in winter. Okay, well, we go to France for some nuclear. We go to Russia for some gas. This is clearly, putting our country into more debt. This is clearly a smart idea. Amal, we didn't abandon them. They abandoned us. You'd be locked up immediately there for your speech. Well, I know we're not abandoning them, but we're not helping. We are pushing them away. Like it's a toxic relationship, I guess. Once again, coming from the state level, not the actual people themselves. And because of the state level, they're purposely trying to sow division between the actual people, and you shouldn't fall for that whatsoever. That is a psyop. They are our cousins. They're our brothers. You shouldn't hate the Europeans, because of their governments. And you can't even make the argument that they voted for it either, because if you actually look at the history of the voting in place of Europe, specifically in Britain, they constantly have voted against the leftist intersectional fucking bullshit. And I guess it keeps on being implemented by them, but thanks to betrayals by the conservative government specifically, but even before in the past. And so it technically goes both ways. I saw somebody in chat mentioned like, oh, you can hear the doubt in my voice earlier when I first went on my whole like pro EU tangent there. It's not doubt, it's sadness. It's not, despair is a bit too strong of a word. Because I am a Europhile, more specifically Anglophile. I do love Europe dearly. And its culture and its people. And I love its rich history. I love everything it's done. I love being white. I love my ancestors. Obviously, I still love being American and actually growing and building America. But we wouldn't be growing and building America without our European ancestry and our ability to do so. And it sucks. It really fucking hurts seeing Europe kill itself because of globalism. And I know as well as an American that we're also killing ourselves for the same reason. We shouldn't be fighting with each other. We should be working with each other to overthrow these globalists from ruining us because we're white. They're literally targeting us because we're white. It is a racial issue. The Great Replacement theory is not a game theory. It's actually real. Where the EU, not the EU, the United Nations got together and be like, yes, we need to import more third world salvages because our nations are too white for diversity purposes. It's a real fucking thing that they did in 2001. But the policies were being put in place long before 2001 as well. And we obviously need to have our own defined nations once again, right? Germany for the Germans, French for the French, France for the French. Italy for the Italians. But we also need to recognize that we're being purposely targeted because we're white Europeans, or descendants of Europeans in the case of America, Australia, and Canada, and not have this infighting essentially.
That is controlled by Putin and the Iranian regime. And frankly, I'm sick and tired of your energy bills fluctuating up and down because we're on the international market, when if we took control of our energy and had homegrown renewables, we could stabilize your bills. And finally, as I say, we'll continue to push for de-escalation in the Middle East. But look, there's also a bigger argument here, because every one of these measures is part of a long-term plan to make our country more secure and more resilient to shocks like this. I mean, just look at what's happening today. Today, your energy bills will be cut because of the action that we took at the budget. And whatever happens in Iran, that price is now fixed until July. Today, if you need a prescription, instead of rising as they used to, the price will be frozen for a year. Today, if you're working on the national living wage, your wages will go up. Next week, on Monday, the state pension will go up. Next week, the two-child limit will be scrapped, lifting 450,000 children out of poverty, the vast majority from working households. And next,
I have a good feeling those working households are mostly brown. They don't actually work, they just scam the government, but okay. Maybe I'm being too harsh because it is Kier Starmer and these are more socialist leaning policies overall. Maybe he's just damned if damned if he does it, because obviously because of the Strait of Hormuz being closed, the country is heading towards a nosedive as to how essential oil is to the economy as a whole for every single nation, especially first world. So he kind of has to do something, but I'm listening to these policy proposals and I'm thinking there's nothing more permanent than a temporary government program. And this is going to be disastrous to the economy. This is like, once again, the COVID relief funds. It's not going to go over well long term. It's supposed to be trying to prevent harm from the oil crisis, but it's going to have long term effects. I'm not economics, but I just I don't know. Maybe somebody in chat can be smarter than me and say this is actually a good thing or not. But I'm listening to this and I'm not saying like I don't. This does not sound good at all.
next week, the biggest strengthening of workers' rights in a generation will become law, a huge boost to the economic security of working people. Now, some people may say, this isn't new, this was already planned. To which I say, yes, that is my point. Everything I've done in politics, certainly since the Ukraine war in 2022, is a response to this new and dangerous world. We campaigned for a windfall tax on oil and gas companies, which we extended. We focused on the cost of living, and we acted at the budget. And we've always emphasised the need for clean British energy. And we've invested because we knew that making our country secure in this world was the ultimate test that we would face and our ultimate responsibility.
He's focusing so much on the green energy thing. I'm going to assume, as like other people brought up in chat, he's just trying to steal the green votes. Because based off recent polling, now you should take polls with a grain of salt, but they're a good idea to get a roughly, a heartbeat on what's happening within a nation, whatever the issue is. Greens are doing very well. Like, Reform is replacing the Conservatives, and Greens are replacing the Labor because both parties have run their life course. Right, they're through the life cycle. Nobody likes them anymore. How Labor only got into government because everybody gave up on Conservatives and barely anybody voted for Labor other than the Londonites. And so Green's just replacing Labor overall, and then Reform is just becoming Conservatives, like not even conservative light. They're literally just copy pasted Conservatives. They've taken all the conservative people, and Kimmy Benedok was fucking freaking out trying to stop the flood from happening, but it wasn't working. They're just getting browner and browner as we speak. So now there's a split between reform and restore, because restore is the only actual solution at hand. But there's still some people clinging on the reform just because of the name recognition and Nigel Farage. And so there's a bit of a split there. I do believe restore can overtake reform. They do have a few more years until 2029 after all. I think they'll be okay. But as of right now, there is obviously that split happening as restore basically solidifies itself, which leads the Greens to actually lead in the polls. And so now Labor's like, well, Kier Starmer's like, oh, we gotta solve these problems. You know, we're getting absolutely demolished. I'm the least favorite, prime minister in, how many decades now. And we gotta steal the green policies. And try to implement it. Like I'll bring up the Home Office tweets here in a second when we get done with this speech. But there's also those changes too, with the grooming gang inquiry that they kept on denying was a real thing for years now. And there was like something else too, that I saw and I saved, and I've already forgotten what it is, but I'll get to it later.
To the British people. Now, it's not going to be easy, clearly. And in the coming weeks, as you would expect, we will continue to assess the economic effects. We will continue to stand up for the British national interest. And we will continue to do what we must to guide our country calmly through this storm. However, it is increasingly clear that as the world continues down this volatile path, our long-term national interest requires closer partnership with our allies in Europe and with the European Union. Now we have made progress on this front, on agriculture, electricity, emissions trading, and more. But as the chance...
They're going back to the EU. I'm not surprised as the Labour government, it's Kier Starmer. He was a Remainer for ages, right? The whole Labour Party was a lot of the Conservatives were also Remain too. They only did it because of UKIP was winning the polls back then with Nigel Farage. That's the only reason why they came in. It's like, oh yeah, we'll totally bring in Brexit. Totally, trust me, bro. Fails to do so. Do it in name only. But now they're like, seems like he's shifting to actually go back into the United EU, and it's just that's going to be frustrating. Like, Britain is kind of its own thing. It's an island. Like, it's literally an island. It's always been different than the rest of the continental Europe. Like, yes, it's still technically part of Europe for proximity, and yes, they have a lot of similarities, and yes, genetically, racially, like we discussed earlier, they are very similar. But culturally, because they are an island, they developed a lot more individualism that we Americans took since we are direct descendants of the British. We are majority British. Actually, the German side is actually overrepresentative when it comes to Americans. Majority of Americans are actually white Americans are British. And which is 13 colonies we adopted from, that type of deal, right? Where was I going with this? Sorry, I got started tangenting to get there. I'm just a fucking tangenting mess today. But yeah, they're going back to the EU is not going to be a good thing whatsoever. I mean, I know they already did it in name only, but you're going back to the same restrictions and power struggle that you already had beforehand. They're already the biggest payer to the EU. It was a mass drain. Had to deal with the illegals coming in through the EU as well as the Eastern European tide that was stealing their jobs back then. It's just going to be a massive fucking weight. It's going to be another albatross around their fucking neck all over again. I mean, this is what I mean earlier when I said about America's pushing our European friends into Russia's arms. So in this case, we're pushing Britain into the EU's arms. I mean, Kier Starmer will probably do this regardless, but he's going to use his Iran war as justification to do so. And what's the argument? Like, what's the counter argument? No, don't do it because he's going to hurt you more. I mean, yes, that's true, but like, are they going to listen? Probably not. Ugh.
Has rightly pointed out, Brexit did deep damage to our economy, and the opportunities to strengthen our security and cut the cost of living are simply too big to ignore. So, in the coming weeks, we will announce a new summit with our EU partners. And I can tell you that at that summit, the UK will not just ratify existing commitments made at last year's summit. We want to be more ambitious. Closer economic cooperation, closer security cooperation, a partnership that recognises our shared values, our shared interest, and our shared future. A partnership for the dangerous world that we must navigate together. A world where this government will be guided at all times by the interests of the British people. Thank you.
I'm pressing X to doubt on that. I'm pressing X to doubt on that, not gonna lie. But that's just gonna be the excuse that he's using. Always say. But I mean, once again, base that he's not going into the Iran war, but everything else seems like a disaster in my personal opinion. Which to juxtapose this with Trump's speech from earlier that we watched, seeing that he made this speech talking about how things are going to get worse before they get better and all these different policy changes, freezing things for a year, going back to the EU, more or less. I have a feeling Trump's whole cusp of the Iran war, we're at the cusp of the Iran war ending, is probably not actually true. Like, I know we were talking about this earlier, but his whole speech being nothing burger, but after listening to Kier Starmer's speech, I really don't actually believe Trump. Not like I really trust Kier Starmer either, right? And it probably is just an excuse to enact a lot of these policies to fight against the Greens from stealing them. But it's not looking good. Like, it's not looking good so far. Whatsoever. Cut the cost of living, but booting all the non-whites. Yeah, like, literally, just... If immigration would solve literally all their problems, but no, we're gonna have to put fucking government freezing for different policies and cutting the costs directly, which fucks with the economy that way. That's gonna be a good sign. He didn't mention in the speech, but he did say earlier that Iran had said they want to end the war, and he said they discussed it once the strait was open. So the war is not going to end. Pardon my doubt. Pardon my pressing X to doubt here. But I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon, because the strait being closed is literally Iran's bargaining chip with this. And Trump keeps on saying, we don't need the strait, so what are we at? Trump's speech strongly implied that the conflict is going to last a lot longer, in my opinion. Well, it's important to note, and this is what I feel like a lot of people forget. Like, I like Aiden Paladin and Spoon a lot, but I think they take Trump too much on face value. And I won't lie, I do the same thing too, which I shouldn't do. But you think after 10 years, people would learn that Trump likes to bolster. He likes to inflate things a lot to sound bigger than they actually are. The whole art of the deal thing, right? Where you go in guns blazing, with like unreasonable demands, and then you like negotiate to get to what you actually want. That type of tactic that he uses for pretty much everything, actually. And that's the same thing with his speeches still. And like in this case, he's talking about how like amazing, we're at the cusp of the end of the Iran war and everything like that, and it really just sounds like grandstanding, right? Or bloviates, my apologies. In this case, to try to make things sound better than they actually are, like we're a bigger deal than they are overall. But if you take things at face value, he's saying things people are going to take him at face value and be like, no, he said we're at the cusp of the end of the Iran war, so therefore we're at the end of the Iran war. So then you have people being like, oh, he's lying, we're not actually at the end, this is bullshit. Or you're going to have people actually take him and believe him, be like, oh, we actually are at the end, Trump said so. And not realizing that, you don't actually take him too literally. He's just trying to inflate his own ego, or in this case, America's ego. And you have to try to like read between the lines overall. Which my apologies, Kick Bros. I was reading YouTube super chats, but not your warp tokens. DJQ500, thank you for the 500 warp tokens earlier. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Take some more kicks. I appreciate it. I definitely will take more kicks. Oh, and thank you for another 500 warp tokens. DJQ500. Here's some support. Let's go. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Definitely like the listen. I love you, YouTube bros. Thank you for hitting the goals for the P.E.P.E. hoodie. But I'm just saying, kick is better overall. But for me personally, since I'm a whore, 95-5 split. Now that I'm a partner, which I just got yet literally last night, I get paid for you to be a warm body. You get channel points to give me head pats, and one day never, I'll have other redeems as well. You get free emotes. You get colorful little names. You get little cute subby bubby badges. Overall, it's better. It's just better. It's just better. Go to Kick for live streams. Use YouTube for VODs and videos. I mean, the VOD player for Kick isn't bad either, so, but, yeah. The whole talk about keeping it in perspective of their words and the bit about how important it was to finish it were pretty telling, in my opinion. Yeah, I can see what he's trying to do there. Being like, hey, listen, this is really short. Like, if it's only a 30-day war, then, like, he's got a point, but chances are it's probably not going to be a 30-day war, but he's trying to give that hope there overall. Spoon's an anti-American and just seething a South African fig. Why would you take him seriously in anything when it comes to American politics or policies? I like Spoon. We don't agree on everything. Obviously. Like, you can still like people. I know. Newsflash. You can still like people even if you don't agree with them on everything. And yeah, he definitely dislikes Americans. I'm not going to deny that. But he does have some good criticisms of America. And I do think it is important to kind of listen to some of them. Not on everything. Like, I do disagree with him a lot of actually his American stance. Because I am American, and I am American first. And his American hating can be a bit much, to say the least. But in some cases, he's got some good criticisms. And once again, since I am an Anglophile, right? I am a Europhile. I do support the Western world. I do think it is important to take in consideration our European brothers. When it comes to certain things, obviously America should be first and foremost. But throwing them under the bus, I don't fully support either. Unless it really is an overall win for America. Or I should say, like, or 50% win, roughly, right? It has it, like... I don't really like fucking over our European brothers. And it is important to kind of think about that. At least in our current state of things. When we can go back to having brother wars, like the world wars were, then maybe we can, you know... we can, you know, have those problems then, right? We can say fuck the Euros. But right now we're being attacked on a global scale, and so we don't really have the right to... We can't exactly infight at the moment. Useful idiot is the term I think fits him. Yeah, I mean, listen, chat, I'm biased, right? I'm not gonna criticize Spoon, right? Especially not live on stream. He is friends. He is friends. Yeah, I don't agree with him on everything, but I do like the Spoon, even if he can be an ass from time to time. You know, he's a good lad, even if he is African, and I call him the N-word on a daily basis. So, you know, yeah, I'm not gonna criticize him personally, even if I disagree with some of his political takes. There. So, it's okay. Plus, he's better than a leftist. Asking you to criticize your friend just voicing my opinion on that's fair enough. That's fair enough, chat, right? Like, even if you don't like the people that I stream with or hang out with, you do have all the right to criticize them. And frankly, this is gonna sound kind of shitty of me, but in some cases I might actually agree with you on certain things. But I'm not gonna publicly throw them under the bus. I like there, but you know, at the same time, don't like them. I don't mean Spoon specifically. I mean like as a whole in general when it comes to people, because you're not gonna like and agree with everything on everything. But there's a difference between throwing somebody under the bus publicly and having your own private problems, right? Not saying that's what you're trying to make me do, chat. Just like talking about how these work, right? I probably am a little bit too transparent on different things, but I know like I know when it comes to streaming, you know, there is something called oversharing, right? And I probably do overshare on too much, but I also like being transparent about how things work. That's why I don't like number fagging, but I do talk about the back end stuff from time to time, right? Or I talk about just how things work in general, or like various topics that I probably shouldn't touch upon since I am a woman, right? On different things, because it does put a spotlight on various aspects of myself, or just things in general, okay? But I try to be as transparent as possible. Probably a bit too much. Also because I don't have a filter, so there's also that issue there. Because I don't know, like I don't I don't know. I don't like hiding too much. Like obviously I can't tell you guys everything. And obviously, like, they're going to lie about to you guys for certain things, for like OPSEC purposes or other personal information in general, right? But general rule of thumb, I do try to be as honest as possible, even if it's a bit too much, just because I don't want to be fake. Which I guess that kind of makes me sound fake in his own way, right? Being performative in this case, but I'm not exactly good at balancing things now, am I? All just wants to be friends, but friends need to go home at the end of the day. Well, yeah, but that's it. That's yeah. I'm also white. She's transparent. I have a problem, yeah. I don't know, Spoon, but just saying criticizing other countries is base. For example, fuck Israel, see what I mean? Yeah, like, there are criticisms of America you can levy, and obviously I am critical of America, mostly from the whole brown stance, right, and woman stance, not really as America as a whole in itself, Americana things, but you can criticize other countries, even if you're not in that country itself, like, the whole fuck Israel thing. I do it on literally every single stream. I beat the dead horse. I am a one-trick pony. You every Amalgamyte stream, even game streams, you can guarantee at least one instance of me being racist, sexist, or anti-Semitic at this point. Or all three, really. Oh. God. Yeah, well that's what I'm here for. Good. I'm glad you enjoy that. I'm glad you enjoyed that. Okay, so then we got through the Kier Starmer thing. I had so many tabs about the whole birthright citizenship, but I feel like I got way off the fucking reservation. Between my yapping and then Trump's address and then more yapping and then Kier Starmer. I feel like even though I had all these tabs about these different clips that have occurred for the birthright citizenship thing, I think it can be just summed up with the fact that it's Joe over. It's not gonna pass. With it residing on Amy Code and Barrett, with her two Haitian kids, it's not happening. It's not happening whatsoever. Oh, I do want to point out, just to kind of put the topic to rest officially, since I did, technically this is supposed to be the main topic for a stream. The people who even, wrote the 14th Amendment, which was supposed to be about giving slaves a citizenship because they were supposed to be made citizens, which I actually disagree with, frankly. But even the person who actually wrote the fucking amendment talked about how it's not actually supposed to be for fucking foreigners. Mr. Howard, the First Amendment is to Section 1, declaring that all persons born in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States and the states wherein they reside. I do not propose to say anything on the subject except that the question of citizenship has been so fully discussed in this body Excuse me? Burp? Excuse me? The question system has been so fully discussed in this body as to not need any further elucidation, in my opinion. This amendment, which I have offered, is simply declaratory of what I regard as the law of the land already. That every person born within the limits of the United States and subject to the jurisdiction is by virtue of natural law and national law as citizen of the United States. This will not, of course, include persons born in the United States who are foreigners, aliens, who belong to the families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the government of the United States, will include every other class of persons. It settles the great question of citizenship and removes all doubt as to what persons are or are not citizens of the United States. This has long been a great desideratum and the jurisprudence and legislation of this country. So, long story short, it does not include persons born in the United States or foreigners, aliens, or who belong in families of ambassadors or foreign ministers accredited to the government. So, no foreigners, right? No aliens, which is the illegals, and and no families of ambassadors or foreign ministers. So no angry babies there. It's a pretty cut and dried case. It's just for the person born within the limits of the United States and subject to the jurisdiction is by virtue of law, natural law, and national law is the United States. So slaves. The Americans that are already there, right, through their citizenship of the parent, which is natural citizenship, they're everywhere else. So much evil has been reaped because of the 14th Amendment? 100%. It was a fucking mistake. One, slaves shouldn't have been fucking citizens, in my personal opinion, but I'm racist. It should have been the Naturalization Act in 1790, where it's just free white persons, but ignoring that aspect of things and just going into slavery, because you had to think about the sign of the times, right? Liberalism was still the holier than thou, the right way forward, racism is bad, that type of deal. Type of thing. Like, it still was just supposed to be for the slaves because we did import them and we didn't bring them back to send them back to Liberia like we should have. So, here we are, what to do with these slaves? Okay, fine, we'll just give them citizenship just by default. That's all it was supposed to be for. But now they're like, oh, well, show up for 30 seconds ago, pop out a baby, congratulations, you got birthright citizenship. You get birthright citizenship. You get birthright citizenship. You get birthright citizenship. Ugh. I would say flight from Syracuse, but it's probably too late. Oh yeah, it's too late it's a 40-minute video. And just take whatever the video length time is and like double it. Or triple it in some cases, depending on the longer the video, the more likely it is to be tripled. So yeah, it would be a very long time for the flight from Syracuse video. So I'm just gonna save it for Friday. I'll probably just somewhat immediately get to it on Friday, unless something crazy happens, right? Like, I'm trying to think what could possibly happen. The Iran war actually does end, like Trump says. Or, hell, even if birthright citizenship gets withheld, then it must be a quick little thing, and I just rant about how much I hate the Browns. If it counted for the yapping, it'd be like a 2-hour reaction. Oh yeah, it would be. And then I would have my editor chisel it down, and I try to, with my reacts, I try to make them just double it. So if it's a 30-minute video, it would be an hour, like the shoe react, for example. So I feel like that should have enough commentary to actually make it more original content, not just like oh I agree, whatever, blah 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 blah, But I do need to make sure to reacts. I do need to make sure to reacts overall. Send me videos, chat. I know, like, a year ago when I started the whole stream suggestions thing, it's like, yeah, don't send me react videos except every once in a blue moon, because I don't want to make react slop. I want to make react slop, chat. Please send me react videos, preferably the shorter the better, that I can actually commentate on, and not just say or nuh-uh, or whatever the case is, right? But yeah. Send me react slop so I can make videos. Shorter the better. But I'll take anything. A basic logic has short videos about 5 to 10 minutes. I've never heard of him before. Who was this basic logic guy? Basic fuck off stuff. I'm actually surprised that more more VTubers aren't actually reacting to Think Before You Sleep. Here. Now. Oh, sorry, Temp. Sorry, Temp. Oh. I didn't mean to be a Temp. I'm not trying to stream side Temp. There. Oh, hey, there's me. Anyways, I'm surprised more people aren't reacting to Think Before You Sleep. He makes great videos just in general, and then he makes good videos to actually react to as well. I have a feeling that he probably doesn't actually like people reacting to his content based off what I know about him. He probably sees it as easy content and shitty content, which frankly I can't blame him for it, because that react content is easy slop content, which is why I always call it react slop. And I don't know if he would like go after people for reacts. I can kind of see him doing that, to be fair. But he does make good videos for reacts. So I'm kind of surprised more people haven't, because they're good. They're good videos, and the how he formats them is good for reacts. But then again, I know in his old videos, and I'm assuming he still does now for his newer videos, but I remember he used to put a lot of effort into them. Like, he would actually read statistics. Like, he would actually read different studies and then put them up on screen to prove his point, and actually would fully read them with like different screenshots and different things like that. Since I haven't really actually consistently watched his content over the past couple of years since I started streaming myself, I don't know if he does that anymore. I'm going to assume he does, just because that's what he used to do. And when you do actually make that thorough content, you do... people taking your content like that is a little bit shitty. But at the same time, it's really good content to react to, so like... No, there. You get recommend your own videos? I don't know why I do. I'm... Oh, Zay's live. Nice. Oh, I know this lady. She's a lesbian. She's supposed to be a base lesbian, but I haven't seen her in like ages here. I don't know why I get my own fucking things. I'm assuming it's like actually like technically click on my videos and different things a lot, so I can like timestamps or like heart people's comments and stuff like that. I don't know. I don't know, but hey. Anyway, this basic logic guy, I never heard of him before. LGBT all arguments ranked and debunked. Modern Judaism explained. Okay, 4-minute long, and that sounds spicy, actually. Are you Christian or Judo-Christian? Symptoms ranked. Interesting. Interesting here. I mean, if it's just ranking and debunking, I don't know how I would actually feel about the videos themselves. Oh, I mean, there's something that I discuss a lot. They'll probably said more intellectually. But I mean, short little videos like this are pretty good. The algorithm thinks you're an ego surfer. I'm not trying to be. It's not women who have low standards, it's men who have low standards. Where did this come from? I mean, not to be mean to men, but I agree. Men do need to raise their standards, but then again, it's either be lonely for the rest of your life or go for bottom of the barrel. So there's definitely a problems there. You are the exact kind of content you want, so recommends you. That's true, right? Like, well, you can look on my subscription list here. I don't hide it. Like, there seems to be a common denominator for pretty much everybody I'm subscribed to a certain degree overall. Like, Now, do I really watch anybody? That's a different story, but still. Lock up your e-girls and balls on the prowl. Hell yeah, my lesbian's coming out. She's being mean to us. I'm sorry. I don't... I'm not gonna talk about dating right now. I'm not gonna go into like a dating rant here. Not to mention, I do come from a position of privilege. I do come from the profession of privilege when it comes to that type of deal. Oh, goddamn. Oh, somebody sent me a short of Asmon reacting to a TikTok. It was about a woman pretending to be a man for like 3 days. Do I do chat? Should I like react to Asmon reacting to something like peak fucking slop there? Peak fucking react slop? Here. Oh god. Ultra slop, yeah. That's the sloppiest react slop possible. I spit on that thing 5 times. At the bare minimum. I got all the saliva out for this reactception. Yeah. I personally find reacting to Asmongold, reacting this to things like big fucking cringe. But then again, I've long caved to the shoe slop, so what's the Asmongold slop next, right? It's just the last step for being a react slop VTuber. I might as well actually go with the full mile. Give us the sloppy woppy. There we go. Let's get the slop started.
Day 3 of being a boy on a dating app? Uh-oh.
So one of my guy friends gave me permission to make a Hinge account for him because I was telling him how easy dating is with dating apps.
Well, yeah, of course it's
He
going
was
to be
telling me
easy.
that it's incredibly difficult. And I was like, Pete, you must...
Yes, woman privilege. See, the short, so I have to actually pause for like every 5 seconds to actually commentate on this, to do the reactception slop here. Anyways, but yes, it's so easy to be a woman. It's not even funny. It's a night and day not even a night and day difference. It's like the distance between the earth and the stars with how wide the gulf is with dating as a man and a woman. You just exist as a woman and you get hit on. Just be a woman online and you get hit on, right? Like even though men don't ask women out anymore, just existing as a woman, it's so easy to actually just get into a relationship. Women just don't realize this. It's literally female privilege, but you know.
must be doing something wrong.
Yeah.
And he gave me permission to create an account for him and just run the account.
Right.
I've been a virtual boy for 3 days.
Uh-huh.
And I've never felt this bad about myself. I feel like a freaking loser trying to get this girl to like me. And
because so this is like the 3rd story that I've heard. Well, I guess there's been a few other small stories like this before, but there was 2 instances. One, the one I know the most is there was a woman who pretended to be a man for a few months, and she even wrote a book about it. And then she committed suicide 6 months later. I actually talked about this on the Archcast last Saturday. And she just wanted to see what it was like to be a man because, male privileges, the patriarchy. She was a diehard fucking feminist. And she killed herself because the experiment was so disastrous on her self-esteem and emotional state that she couldn't handle it. Even that she went back to being a woman. Which is really sad because, one, suicide is tragic, and 2, you're still a woman, so you still get the benefits. But I guess she just couldn't handle the guilt of it. Maybe I need to actually just read the book. I should add that to my list of books that I'll never read. And in her case. And then Arch was telling me in the Archcast about how there's also a trainee who did a similar thing, who transitioned and then had and wrote a book about their experience with it as well. I didn't hear about that. But I definitely knew about the woman experiment thing. And because women aren't built to be men, like they're the complete opposite sex for a reason. Like yes, they're they're more emotional on top of it, but they're not built to actually process their emotions and um be able to hide them. They're meant to actually utilize their emotions for growth. You're supposed to teach kids how to feel and um express the positivity and alert men when things are wrong. If a woman overreact on a lot of things, but it was supposed to be based off a biological incentive because the woman would notice first whenever there's a threat, and so then they send the men out to go fight and protect them and the children. And the modern world that turns into fucking hysterics, and it technically has been hysterics for centuries as things have slowly gotten more and more peaceful on the home front. But that was essentially the biological for it. And versus men, on the other hand, have to be stoic. There's one thing, the protectors and the providers. And so they have to keep their emotions in check. They have to be regulatory. They have to be stone cold and rock solid. That way, because if they let their emotions control them too much, they either go into a blind rage and cause mass destruction and chaos, or if they are weak, if they allow themselves to cry, and which gives a woman the ick, and that's a whole other problem there. So a woman to pretend to be a man for a few days and she doesn't know how to actually process the male emotion of being rejected, because women control access at this point. Women control access to relationships. It used to be women control access to sex and men to relationships, but the dating scene has become so topsy turvy that women control access to sex and relationships. And I guess there still is some true for men to relationship, because you can the women who whore themselves out for Chad and then they can't actually get Chad because they're just used as a whole. Then yeah, that's where the whole woman access relationship, woman for sex and relationship thing come in. But for the average man, they can't even get a fucking relationship, and they just have to weather that, which is still not supposed to be normal. But if a man cries, that's weakness. A man complains, that's weakness. And then it gives women ick, which then runs them off, and then it's an endless cycle. That's why there's like that subreddit called Kitchen Cells, for example, where guys post their food and talk about how they've been rejected or different issues with women that they have. It's just basically an emotional support group for men to handle their problems with women because of how bad things have gotten. And some other cases, it is a little bit their fault for various things, but I actually feel quite bad for them because it's not their fault that the system does what it does, where it allows these women to run rampant and have complete control over everything and get these inflated egos until they do an experiment like this and they realize how bad it actually is for men. And that's, of course, if the woman actually cares. Like, she's trying to do this for her friend Pete, which, personally, I don't really think guys and girls can be friends, so I'm kind of concerned if Pete's actually interested in her, but that's, I guess, beside the point, here. And she's like, oh shit, things are actually really bad. I'm rock solid right now. Okay there, Salt. Okay there. Oh, he is? Yeah, like, unpopular opinion, though I do believe it's becoming more popular, thank God. My unpopular opinion, men and women can't be friends. I know, hot take. But it's literally biologically wired into men and women to not be friends. You're supposed to marry and reproduce and have kids. Men can impregnate multiple women. They have innate desire to actually be able to get with many women as possible. So it's basically impossible. Like, and this is actually psychologically proven too. Like, to pull up my AP Psych, right? My college level Psych that I went into. My AP Psych teacher had a fact of the day that she used to write on the board, and this one caused such controversy, and I just sat there just like being irritated with everybody else, because it's like she had to write in a very specific way that wouldn't piss people off, and it still made my classmates mad. It was a fact that guys and girls can be friends, but one will always be more interested in the other. And they're like, what does that mean? What does that mean? Does it mean guys and girls can actually be friends? She's like, no, I mean, it just means that, one will just be and into their friendship than the other. And so I just sat there like, no, it just means they can't be friends. Because even if they're more into the friendship than one's more into the friendship than the other, it still means they're more emotionally attached to the friendship. Which is why everybody knows the girl phrase, oh, he's just a friend. This is bullshit. Like, he's obviously into you and wants to fuck you or be in the relationship. The woman knows that. The boyfriend knows that. The guy who's just a friend knows that. We all know that. There's no such thing. And women just use the men that are just a friend as a satellite or a backup plan for when her current relationship goes south. Like, we all know that's how it works. The only exception that for guys and girls to not be friends or to be friends is possibly the internet, just because of the distance aspect of things. But seeing how people can get attached to AI, clearly people can get emotionally attached to each other just via text, even though they're not actually physically around them, because how bad the loneliness epidemic is. So even then, it's still but like risky disky in that aspect of things to be able to get emotionally attached there. And then there's obviously the professional level, but like professional level still doesn't count because you hear about the amount of like people who have work wives or work husbands and jobs. And then if I try to bring back the internet aspect of things, that makes things a little bit easier. But like when you're around the opposite sex for multiple hours every single day, sometimes more around them than your actual significant other, and you have things in common because you're in a similar job. You're going to be caught. There's going to be some sort of attraction there because once again, you're just biologically incentivized to do so. Even if there's really not much there, it's just how it works. Like before the modern age and the internet, before people become so atomized on a level, like you would another AP Psych statistic or fact that was the case. I'm not sure how true it is anymore because of the modern age. But by the time you hit 18, you would have already met your significant other because it's all based off proximity. I mean, before the internet, before technology, hell, even before train, you always know each other, right, within the local village. And you just, would find somebody within proximity that way. It's just, once again, biology. Thousands of years of evolution. This whole modern technology with the internet, or with travel in general, has allowed such freedom, which is a huge benefit, but it's such a small blip in history. It's such a quick change to how humans work within the past, 100 or so years, depending on what technology you want to talk about. Evolution hasn't caught up with it. So then you still have the proximity problem. And there you go. That's why you have cheating. Like, cheating's extremely common. Like, people do not realize how often both men and women cheat. Obviously, you have the statistic where people are like, oh, yeah, I have cheated before, whatever the case is. But that's, of course, if they're being honest. But there's a lot of people who don't actually answer that honestly because it's still shameful because it's bad to cheat, right? It's morally wrong to cheat. But it's so fucking common. It is so fucking common. It's unbelievable. And that's why you hear about politicians, celebrities cheating all the time. You have people at mixed sex workforce, mixed gender workforce cheating all the time. Like, or you have the whole trope about the man being with the secretary thing. That's what happens when you mix the genders together. Men and women can't be friends. It's that simple. Anyway, sorry. We got way off topic at the whole pretending to be a boy thing. uh, Men and women can be friends academically, professionally, but I wouldn't trust anywhere else. Even then, it's still rapidly cheating, or at least emotionally cheating, still happens on crazy amounts there. It requires both of them to take active effort to put up a wall to prevent that from happening. And if the one slips, the rest pretty much crumbles. It's a horrible epidemic. I love how a male can turn a minute clip into a 30-minute segment, LMAO. Well, to be fair, I got way off topic there and tangented. And honestly, I don't really talk about how men and women can't be friends that often. It just never really comes up. And I know it makes people mad, though. but like it's true. Like I saw Matt Walsh talk about it a few weeks ago, and I was so happy that he did because it's like, thank you, Matt Walsh. You have horrible takes on anime and gaming, but everything else you're like spot on. I wish you were better than a boomer when it comes to anime and gaming, but everything else I greatly appreciate because it's true. Like there's like you can laugh at Mike Pence as much as you want, especially since he did the stuff for Me Too. But the fact that he wouldn't go into any meetings without his wife being present is absolutely based. Like men and women simply just cannot be friends. It's just how it is. I'm leaving. Work is calling. Bye. Well, goodbye, Humble Creasman. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you enjoy stream. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Good night. Or actually, good day for you, cause you're British. You're British. But you're our friend? Well, of course I'm your friend, not Jesus. I would be friends with everyone, but not Jesus. No homo. Thank you, Dizzy Lizzie, for the $2 dues. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Back from semi-consensual 2-day trip. Missed you. Well, I hope you had a fun trip. No homo, but I missed you too. I guess. Maybe homoerotic. I don't know. We're getting a little bit socialist here now, aren't we? Well, I hope you had a fun trip. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Anyway, let's get actually back to the. This is supposed to be a YouTube short, right? This should have been long done and over, but I got way off topic.
And
Damn.
I'm starting to hate women because I'm like, when I say I mean Pete, because that's the account I'm using. Pete's about a 6.
Uh-huh.
But I'm so desperate.
I kind of want to see what Pete looks like. Because, like, I'm curious what her definition of what a 6 is. She's wearing a full face of makeup. She's not, like, ugly. I personally wouldn't call her a 10 out of 10. I would probably say she's mid. I would kind of curious to see what she looks like without makeup. And women completely overestimate how they look. They don't know how the looks match. So to be fair, there is an argument that a woman should be 1 or 2 points above a man because women are supposed to be the attractive sex anyways. So I'm curious to see what, like, Pete being a 6 is. But you know what? Hey, she's having to come to Jesus moment with how bad men are. The struggles of men with dating these days. So I'll be a little bit nice.
I'm liking the 2s and the 3s, and even they won't like me back. Pete, which is a 6. So what level of delusion has entered women's heads? Like, what is going on? It is so difficult dating as a boy.
Uh-huh.
I hate it. I'm on day 3 of being a boy, and I hate women, and I'm more depressed than ever.
Based.
Yep, I agree with Asmongold. Based. I mean, I hate women too, but I've been hating women since I've fucking been born at this point. I'd probably say. I guess, I don't know, I was an SJW for a while there, right? For like 2-ish years, 2.5 years, give or take. No, it's mostly come the fact that I was like, oh, the pink text, the glass ceiling, patriarchy. Well, not even like the patriarchy. What, like, one of the things that got me out of being an SJW, becoming an anti-SJW, was the fact that they started the whole hate men and all men must die and that type of deal. I was like, wait, hold on, wait a second, that's too far. Like, I was all for, like, women's rights. You know, that type of deal. Not this. In this case. But hey, at least she's hating women. I mean, she's got a semi-Valley girl accent, so I don't know if she's gonna realize the error of her ways in that case, but you know, hey, listen, maybe this can be her red pill arc, where she's like, man, women do fucking suck now, don't they? Let's see. Well, 2s think they're 10s. They also don't know which continent they exist on. Yeah, oh yeah, she did bring up the whole, like, even 2s and 3s are, like, ignoring Pete. In this case. Which I'm also curious what her definition of a 2 and a 3 is when it comes to women. Because then women don't know what's attractive to the other woman. And I'm aware that I have that problem too. Like, you guys in chat have yelled at me for, like, me saying, like, oh, she seems like a pretty woman. She's like, no, she's mid, or whatever the case is. Like, because men and women are attracted to different things. I'm still curious what her 2 and her 3 are. But yeah, women just have an overinflated sense of ego as their looks. Because, like, they can just get, like, any man, right? The fat fucking whales can be able to get a man. A woman just exists and is able to get a man. It sucks. Cause like somebody said earlier about the whole you know, men have too low standards type of deal. Unfortunately, I have to agree with it, even though like I don't really mean to be bashing men, but when you have be lonely forever or bottom of the barrel just to not be alone, the choices there are not exactly great. So I can't exactly blame men for it, but there's not too much choice once again. Let me guess, she changes nothing and continues trying to date Chads? I mean, based off that full face of makeup, probably. I hate to know what her body count is, but OnlyFans whores can still be able to get married and have kids, so clearly body count doesn't matter. I mean, it should, but unfortunately, welcome to, once again, the modern age. I heard a nerd YouTuber say that celibacy is always voluntary. That's when I knew she had no idea how privileged she is as a woman. Well, yeah, I mean, I know there's a delay with YouTube chat, so that wasn't likely intentional there. But I mean, it's technically kind of true, because women with high body counts can still get married and have kids. The OnlyFans whores can still get married and have kids. Celibacy in the modern age for a woman is voluntary because they can still get married and have kids even when they've been ran through. Now, the kind of man they're getting married to might not be exactly the best, and they might not be happy, but when they're ready to settle down, you know, well, they'll get whatever they can get, right? It's like that one famous Reddit post I see get reposted like every few weeks, where the woman's like, oh, I think I destroyed my relationship by trying to compliment my boyfriend. And she told her boyfriend that he wasn't the kind of man that she would hook up with or have a one-night stand, but someone that she would marry. I hate reading that Reddit post I always scroll past it because I hate reading it, and it causes uncontrollable rage within me that the woman has the audacity to say such a thing. But like she doesn't really know any better because of how the modern age is purposely made in a way for women who can be hypergamy. You know what I mean? And still be able to win in the end. So they can have the one-night stands. They can sleep with Chad. But when it comes to actually being, you know, marriage material, they go for the beta male that will accept them for their high body count stuff. And it just sucks. It just sucks. They just can't stay married. It depends. They can usually stay married. Well, I guess it depends on what's actually causing the divorce, right? It's not going to be the man instigating the divorce. It's usually always like, I think the statistics like 70% of marriages are instigated by women. Usually because of like they get bored, or they find somebody new, and they just, you know, take the kids in the house and walk away there. Hypergamous, thank you, Chad. And you know I'm retarded and can't pronounce things. Hypergamous. And so they're but it's not going to be exactly the man leaving them. That Reddit post, you're not the alpha fucker that my beta books, yes. And like, the worst part is, and I know I'm coming from a very, once again, the female privilege here, right? And I talked about this recently on a stream, like a couple streams ago, and somebody commented about this, and he was understandably very upset about it. But, and this goes back to the whole I'm too transparent about things, and I talk about some things I probably shouldn't, but I'm going to anyway, so I'm suicidal. Is that no woman's a virgin. Like, once you get past age 16, no woman is a virgin. She's going to have a body count. Now, it will be low single digits, probably for most women, yes. But it's not always going to be double digits, and it's definitely not always going to be triple digits like some women, though they do exist, unfortunately. But no woman's a virgin anymore in the modern age, once they get past age 16. I went to a Catholic high school, okay? Catholic high school, right? The average age to lose your virginity was 16 there. if you had a boyfriend, it was implied that you guys had sex, and there was no problem with it whatsoever. And I did interact with public school people, thanks to the sport that I played in high school, and the age that they lost their virginity was much younger. In fact, one horror story that I heard, even though I was an atheist back then, still technically am, right? But like, you know, more so then, I was horrified to hear this one girl tell me the story how she lost her virginity. She was like 13 years old, and I forget how she met the dude, but it was more or less a one-night stand. And they had it on the church doorsteps that they had sex on when she was like 13. That's how she lost her virginity. At like the middle of the night. And I just like, I was aghast. I was just absolutely revolted and disgusted back then. I was like, wait, what do you mean you're 13? And on the church doorsteps? That's disgusting. Like, I mean, ignoring the public sex aspect of things, like, the sacrilegious of it, even as an atheist, just blew me away. Like, I couldn't fucking believe it. I couldn't fucking believe it. Did we hear she's a Catholic? No, she wasn't a Catholic. Public school. Public fucking school. There. Because, like, with my school sport, we actually had a lot of public school kids involved with it. Because it was a mixed school thing because of the low population of the sport. And it just... that was just revolting back then. But yeah, like, no woman's a virgin in the modern age. Is it a problem? Yes. Should it be fixed? Yes. Problem is, the only way to fix it is to raise the future generation. So we can start now, right? Like, have men start the movement and talk about virginity and how important it is. You're still gonna have the Christian woman, like the whole debate there was last week with like, oh, my wife was formerly promiscuous, and all the Christian born-again girls came swooping in being like, well, your pride is just as big a sin as her being being promiscuous and different things like that. Oh, fuck off here, right? But like, it is important for men to take control of the conversation and enforce their standards for future women to follow them. But right now, the modern age, with the popular discourse in media, with big shows that are unfortunately stupidly popular, like the one with Zendaya and Sydney Sweeney, that fucking horrible show. I forget what it's called, but for some reason it's really fucking popular. Just constantly talks about and shows how wonderful it is to be a whore. And Euphoria, thank you, chat. In that case, that's widely popular. You have the born-again Christian girls running defense for different things and subverting the conversation. Even though I'm not religious myself, I still find it just horrible because, like, even religion aside, there are biological incentives in place to be a virgin still. And that's just been thrown out the fucking window because of modern society and our fucking feminist media, right? But that's been being discussed. But as of now, unfortunately, that part of the right has not reached ascendancy. They don't have control of the conversation. And it's still taught in schools to just, have sex, just wear a condom, and all that fun stuff, right? Like, it's going to be a very long time before that comes into place. And even then, if men still want to have kids and get married, unfortunately, that means your wife is going to have a body count. Because there's no such thing as a virgin in the modern age. And it's very rich coming from me, since I'm a woman myself. I get it. I'm sitting here on my pedestal proselytizing and talking about how men have to suffer for women's benefits here. But I'm not trying to do that. I'm trying to be realistic, because the only way to change it is for future generations. Unless you're going to be robbing the cradle. The choices are... There's just no way to actually avoid this if you want to have kids with the current selection of women. And even if you go rob the cradle, the vast majority of women are still going to be non-virgins because of the modern media and how the feminism has ruined everything. Like, it's it's not an easy subject whatsoever to address, but it's an important one to talk about because of the effects it has on culture. If she's raised in the church instead of a convert, and there's possibility of her being a virgin, but a lot of churches unfortunately don't talk about women being virgins for their husband very often. I mean, they really don't. Like, the chances of her being a virgin are, like, still basically zero. Because, even once again, Catholic school, and this is my bias from going to a Catholic school, still no virgins. Like I said, average age to lose your virginity was 16. And, like, I had a friend in high school, mostly friend by proximity, we don't talk anymore. She was a virgin for a very long time, but she did eventually lose it in her early 20s. And it was something that was important to her that she didn't want to give up freely, even though she wasn't really religious herself. But she still wanted to lose it. She still wanted to have sex. So I know she didn't actually wait for marriage still. She's probably in the low body count now, I imagine so. Unless something changed and she had a whole, like, horror phase and was dragged into that, which I don't think she has. Like I said, I haven't talked to her in literally years, so I don't know. But based off how but still, even then, it's just nigh impossible. Women have to change it, yes. But women have no incentive to change it whatsoever because of, and I guess to go back to the Asmongold TikTok React stop here, they have no incentive to. The woman started out saying how, like, it's so easy to date, and he must be doing something wrong, because she gets constant attention even though she's mid, and even with her tons of makeup on that she has. And it wasn't until she was pretending to be her guy friend that's probably into her that she realized how bad it is. But she still has the freedom of privilege. She still can get any man that, well, maybe not every man that she wants, like, maybe not Chad, but she can still get a man just like that. And they have no incentive to. There's a reason why the spinsters were looked down upon for not getting married. There's a reason why women were the ones that... Women definitely do keep each other in check. They're very catty, but they also bring each other down. It's a vicious... very vicious how women are together. But they usually just try to keep them in check, because if they get out of line, then they drag them all down together. And nowadays, being a virgin ruins the image of all the other girls, and so they try to make other women non-virgins. But back in the day, being a whore was looked down upon, and so they would actually be able to keep women in check. But men are the only ones that actually impose those standards, and men have to have control, and right now men do not have control. Globalism has control, and globalism uses feminism as a tool to disincentivize and disfranchise men to make them weak, so they don't actually have control, so it's easier to have the masses to vote for them and act policies in place. And they use women as useful idiots to do so. And if they're whores and have low pair bonding and completely ruin marriage because of it, and have, no fault divorce and everything else in between, well, that's the benefits of the globalists, the tiny hats too. Not so much for the men. How much you want to bet that her friends probably into her, but she won't give him a chance? Oh, there's no point in betting, because it's probably the case. There's no point in betting because of it. Women changing will not fix the damage that was done to men treated like social cancer and gatekept as socializing with women. Dating and relationships during their teenagers and 20s, men are realizing this and walking away permanently. And I can't blame men for it, right? Like, ignoring the fact that MGTOW has been subverted a long time ago. The MGTOW, for what it stands for, which it means men going their own way, I fully support. Well, okay, 95% support. Oh, I don't know. I'll go back and forth on it, right? Because I can't blame men for walking away. I really fucking can't. You look at how awful the situation is dating-wise, where mids get blown out and have huge double-digit body counts before they finally settle down at 30 to have kids. And it's like, okay, that's bad. And even if we do find a woman, it has a no-fault divorce, they can easily just take the kids in the house just because they're bored. Which there is a way to fix the boredom, but it's not easy in the modern age either. And that way. And it's just like, okay, so what are the actual incentives to get married and have kids? Well, technically, and this is where I don't fully support MGTOW, it's the fact that if you don't marry and have kids, then you can't have the white race reproduce, and that's what they want. They want less white people. They want white people to be genocided because white people are horrible slaves. They're too individualistic, too independent, too innovative, and that's why the Browns are much easier slaves that way, which is why we have dropped from 32% to 8% of global population, and keep on dropping still, even more so. And that's why whites are more punished for barely even breaking the law, versus Browns get the fucking steal the Medicaid and Medicare, have the daycare frauds, murder and get away scot-free, all these other different aspects in Western society, rape and go ahead, just because they're brown. And by not marrying and having kids, well, that's just another incentive. That's just another way to stop white people from reproducing and having more. And so that literally is the only incentive to get married and have kids in the modern age. And it's a good incentive. But when men look at the odds stacked against them, I really can't blame some guys just from walking away from that. Even like, cause it's a big ask, especially for me, the woman, the vagina here, sitting, talking, to be like, yes, men, you have to suffer for women's benefits, just because of the population replacement. Like, I mean, yeah, it might be a good argument, but it still doesn't feel right. I can't blame it. I just can't fucking blame it. MGTOW is realizing the problem is not a solution. The diagnosis to the issues is necessary. I guess it's a fair point, right? Like, they addressed a lot of the issues at hand. It got psyoped and completely ruined. And plus, it is not exactly the solution, but they did address the issues. So, we just need to carry on and push those issues and try to change things slowly but surely. No man's incel, hookers exist. True, you can't pay for sex, but that's kind of like the last resort. And no, I don't think any man, I don't know, maybe I'm misunderstanding male psychology here. I don't think men actually really enjoy paying for sex. I mean, it definitely feels like it's the final last resort, right? It's nicer to actually have a woman into you and want to actually have sex with you and be with you. I mean, that's why you see on Twitter all the time with the discourse being like, the male fantasy is just a woman being nice to you. You can correct me if I'm wrong, chat, because I know it's like it's a meme, but like memes do have a kernel of truth within it. But there's a reason why literally just the meme is just woman, be nice, and that's like the checklist for what all men want. Well, yeah, just be nice. Yeah, and it's impossible for women to be nice in the modern age, it seems like. Because they're so clouded by feminism into believing that they have to, be the girl boss and fuck men, patriarchy, be the whore, all this other fun stuff, right? Just, calling someone an incel is just low. If someone has no self-esteem, so they target low-hanging fruit to feel good about themselves, it's pathetic. I can't respect someone like that. Yeah, I don't like the term incel. I don't use it much, and when I do, it's usually ironically to make fun of people who do use the word incel. Because it's like, it's how do I say this correctly? But incel means involuntary celibate. It means a guy who's trying his best to get into a relationship and actually have, because men, sex is extremely important to men. Which is why you see in the dead bedroom subreddits, it's always men having issues with women. Yes, women do have problems with men in the bedroom too, but that's far and few between, and it's usually a hormonal issue in the case of the guy. Trust me, I know personally myself, but it's a 1 in a million example in that case. Because sex is how men feel better about themselves. It shows their worth. It shows that they actually can be something. And it's how men connect that way. And so a man not being able to actually get into a relationship is like the death of his esteem. And making fun of it is just disgusting. And so lawful immediately is routinely used against married men. Well, it's still supposed to be an insult, right? It's supposed to mean you're such an unlovable piece of shit that no girl wants you, and that's why women use it. Even though it's not true, it's just the dating scene is so fucked up, and obviously against married men, it defeats this point, because obviously they won. So... Sex equals intimacy to me for men. It's also a powerful way to connect chemically, emotionally, neurologically. Starring that is absolutely cruelly abusive. Yes. It is. It's very important for both men and women. But it's the biggest thing for men. They have such high sex drive. Like, you need to have it, like, once or twice a week at, like, the bare minimum. And obviously, women don't have, like, as high sex drives, biologically. But if you get married, it is the woman's duty to have sex. I do not believe in marital rape. It is literally the woman's duty to have sex with the man because you are fulfilling his needs. He is giving you protection. He's paying for you, even in the modern age, and how bad situations are. Like, and how equality has ruined everything and women still have to work. Usually, men still earn more. They still pay for the house. They still pay for lots of the different bills or the cars and stuff like that. There's still significantly less debt, if not no debt, compared to the woman. In that case, they're still providing. So it's the woman's duty to provide sex, because that's what men need. Men are simple, right? Obviously, be nice, but full stomach, empty balls. That's it. That's it. Once again, correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm speaking from the position of privilege. Once again, I know. But simple, full stomach, empty balls. So women, literally, the role women have to do is just have sex. Yes, does it suck if you're not into it? Yeah, it's not exactly great. And I do think there needs to be a little bit of responsibility in the man to be able to get her into the mood, because obviously she's dry, you're not gonna be able to have sex with her, right? But if a woman truly loves a man, she would have sex with him, even if she's not in the mood. And ideally, they should have a good enough relationship that she'd be able to get her in the mood. And it shouldn't be that hard for him to do so, because he knows what to do and she loves him, and she's doing this because she knows that he needs the sex. So those two to combine together should make things relatively easy. And bam, there you go. There you go. No, you're right. I had a kiss on the cheek before work and I'm sold. Yeah, like, it's not that hard. Not that hard. I don't know. Like, I don't understand why women can't understand this myself. I know I'm sounding very pick-me right now, but I don't fucking care, because it's true. Like, because not to mention, yeah, I want to be picked. Fuck you. I don't care. But I do understand how it gets at a certain point just get performative, but I still don't understand. Like, just listen to men. Like, I wanted a boyfriend so badly in high school, and I was like, okay, well, what do men want? That was literally my logic. Okay, I want a boyfriend. No guy seems to be interested in me. Okay, what am I doing wrong? Okay, maybe I'll listen to men. It also helped that I was already listening to Sargon at the time, and so I was already moving away from my SJW phase, I'm sure. But then I started, like, trying to figure out what men actually like. Okay, they want them to be more feminine. They don't like the shitty pixie haircut and the rainbow colors. They want you to actually dress prettily. Some guys like lots of makeup. Some guys don't like most guys don't like a lot of makeup. But a little bit of makeup to help accentuate the features helps a bit. Okay, so I'll start wearing makeup. At least a little bit to kind of, make my eyes pop a bit more, something along those lines, right? And various things like that. And within 3 months, I had a boyfriend. Like, it's not hard. You just listen to what men want, and then they're happy. Like, it's not hard. Like, it's just I don't know why women don't do this. I mean, maybe it's because it's so easy for them to actually get a guy that don't have to like do anything other than just be pretty. But then they can't actually keep the relationship or get married. So then, you know, and they're like, oh, well, we're a little good minute. Thank you, Dinoside, for the $20 reduce. Thank you, my dude. Very generous of you. Very generous of you. As a man, I only want intimacy from a woman who respects me, appreciates the hard work I do, and a good but very tough and dirty job. And that intimacy is a manifestation of trust, affection, and respect. Hence, I am a bachelor. I mean, I hope you can actually get a woman someday. Like, I don't want you to get false hope or anything like that. I know I black pill a lot, but obviously, black pilling and become a doomer is a way to just go to suicide, and suicide is bad. And so you can't give up just yet. Like, there has to be a good woman out there. I mean, I talked about this earlier in stream, but there has been a shift on women going rightwards. Now, a lot of some of it's a grift, so some of it actually is genuine. Because I mean, it's not really a grift, and it's not really genuine either. Because women just do follow trends, obviously, right? But since there is this shift on the online right, even if it is a grift, just because women just follow trends, then there's probably there has to be a woman out there. Obviously, finding her is a different story. And obviously, as we saw with the whole thing, you know, this guy goes on, he pretends to be this guy friend for 3 days and just awful on the dating scene. But there fucking has to be someone. Like, if you're relatively attractive, you make good money, you're masculine, you're funny, because the charisma is essential. Charisma is absolutely essential to a man. Like, that's more important than like literally everything else. At least get your foot in the door. You have to be funny. You have to be able to make her laugh. There has to be somebody else. There has to be someone out there. Just can't give up. Just can't give up. I refuse just to give up. Never go Van de Black. Yeah. I got married back in October. Couldn't have asked for anyone better. Well, congrats, my dude. I'm glad that you got married. See, like, there's obviously the older men kind of who have learned their lessons or were able to get married like 20 years ago or in a lucky place. But if guys can still get married these days, there's gotta be some hope. There's gotta be some sort of hope. You just cannot give up, because as soon as you give up and black pill and doom, it's literally job over. And what are you gonna do? Like, what are you gonna do? A good personality is someone very important for both men and women. No one wants to be around someone who's insufferable to be around. Yeah, like, and unfortunately, once again, position of female privilege here. I know I've been saying that a lot, but it's true, because I am aware of where I stand because I am simply a woman when it comes to these things. But it's there's a reason why women get the ick when men cry. Now, ideally, if you're in a healthy, stable relationship, especially long-term and actually married, you should be able to cry around your wife. If, like, the dog dies or a tragedy happens, like, you know, a kid dies, such as like serious like that, or a parent, you know, something like absolutely horrendous happens, you should be able to cry and be comforted by your wife. But that's easier said than done. And women definitely do not like men who cry a lot, and there's good reason for it, because it's seen as a sign of weakness, and that's part of being a good personality, is for a man is to be able to hide those emotions and keep those in check. And a lot of men have struggled with it in the modern age because of how terrible things have gotten, so they're depressed and they don't know how to process those emotions anymore, which is not men's faults, and it's difficult, and it sucks. And I don't really support it, but it's just a biological thing, and it just really sucks. Like, I have no other way to describe it. It sucks. And I have, like, I know where it comes from since I'm the woman talking about these different things. On the other hand, women being absolutely insufferable cunts also doesn't help either, right? So, you know, both will fail significantly, especially in the case of women. More so women. Like, women are victims too of the modern dating, in the sense of them becoming like whores and being insufferable bitches. This is not how women are supposed to be. They don't bring anything to the table. They wait until they're 30, 35, they actually settle down and have kids. Those are all negative things for women. That needs to change. But the vast majority of women most affected definitely hurts men a million times more. And it's done on purpose, on design, so yay! Also, how else a normal guy supposed to be charismatic if he was gate-kept as social development around women? That's what the normal guy went through. It's a skill. It literally is a skill that you have to develop. Yeah, you have to be careful with the pickup artists, obviously, because those are scammers for the most part and complete assholes like Andrew Tate, right? But it's a skill you have to develop beyond that. And it's not easy. Once again. Like, nothing what I'm saying to how to fix dating scene between men and women is easy whatsoever. Men come from a huge position of loss. Like I said when I started this whole rant like a half an hour ago, right? It's the difference between the earth and the stars, the gulf that men and women have to face when it comes to dating. And I can try to give advice. I do try to give advice as best as I can. Like, that's why I talk about, like, how much women like rape, for example. Because rape fetish, like, 80% of women have a rape fetish. And obviously, they don't actually really want to become raped, right? But it's just the domination aspect, the desire aspect of things. The different pieces of advice here and there to try to help you guys as best as possible. But I also am aware that it's not something you can do out overnight. And it's not anything that I can really say that can really change anything. It's not great. It's not great. There. Pickup artists have always been cringe. Yeah. I mean, there's a little, once again, the kernel of truth with them, right? You're supposed to be charismatic. It's just they do it the wrong way. Rape. A model's dating advice. True and real. You can't get a girlfriend? Rape her. Am I joking? No. So, the amount of times I've been rejected is crazy. Yeah, it's pretty normal, unfortunately, for men to be rejected multiple times in the modern age. It wasn't this case like 50 years ago, or 40 years ago, or 30 years ago. But each decade it gets more and more common and worse and worse. But it's still not supposed to be the fucking norm whatsoever. But it is. And I hate it so much. I wish it wasn't the case. Like, I really fucking wish it was like the 1950s. We didn't have all these problems. We just had to worry about the Cold War, right? Of course, going back to the 50s then means we had the problems of the 60s and 70s and repeating the same mistakes, right? We can't regress. We can only move forward and learn from these mistakes. I wish it was. I wish it was. Like, I love being a streamer and being a VTuber. I love just yapping about all these different things. And, you know, I love talking with you guys. And talking with you chat. Like, obviously, I like, the people who super chat, greatly fucking appreciated. But I really do try to talk to you guys specifically in chat who don't super chat, because I don't want you to feel obligated to do so. Because I just like chatting with you guys. I like just yapping in general. But I would give this up in a heartbeat if I could just be, you know, married and have like 5 kids and be a stay-at-home mom and a housewife, right? And homeschool my kids. And that isn't easy. Like, and I would want that for like every man possible and every woman, like it used to be. That's how the natural state, that's still the natural state of how things are. Like, women have always worked, but it's never been these office Jew daycare jobs. It's always been within the home or in the field if it's actually laborious, like laborious work. In that case. Like, and yeah, or if they sold anything, it'd be on the side from their knitting and sewing skills and various craftsmanship that they used to do, like, or bread and different things like that, right? Like, women have always worked. But it's always within the domestic issues and domestic skills that have gone out the window in modern age. And I just want to bring that back. Imagine them all on some public access talk show back in the day, talking local calls. I mean, that would be fun, actually. Amal, have you heard of Undead Chronic? If not, he's a part of the Manosphere. I have not heard of him. I don't know a lot of people, actually. Unfortunately. But now it's getting to the point where women are supposed to not need a man. Yeah, fuck that shit. I hate it so much. I hate feminism so fucking much. Yeah, best believe if Amal was my waifu, she continues streaming. Daddy needs some new shoes. I mean, chances are, like, I want to say when, because I do want to make it happen, right? When I get married and when I have kids, right? I'll probably still stream, because I do enjoy streaming, right? Maybe it'll be cut down to like a couple times a week. Maybe it will still be the 4 times a week. I don't know, right? Based off whatever the schedule is with the kids involved. Because, like, I do actually like streaming. And it's not like it's a hard job in any way, shape, or form. I'm not gonna be like, oh, it's the worst job ever. But staying home, homeschooling my kids, that'll sound pretty nice. Actually. Dinosaur, thank you for the $20 videos. Thank you. I'm no black pillar. I've been able to riz them, but their masks always slip. Also, I no longer drink and live in a very drunk area. I'll try dating when I find a non-drinking social events. No rush. I'm content being single for now. That's fair enough. Remember, chat, here's another little piece of woman advice here. That's not exactly woman advice. I stole this from a man. I steal everything from men. Because I'm a woman. I don't have anything original. But men age like wine, women like milk. So even if you're 40 and 50 years old, yes, it sucks that you're having kids that late, and it shouldn't be the case. But you can still get married and have kids and actually be pretty okay. You still can, the ability to have kids isn't stopped, and you're still usually in pretty good health, especially if you do work out on a regular basis. Unlike women, where hit 30, you're in geriatric pregnancy, 35, it's basically over, 40, and it's like you're guaranteed to get a kid with severe autism in that case. So yeah, you can actually take your time. Like, if you're 20 years old and you're worried about getting a girlfriend, don't worry about it. Women like older men anyway. Like, just take your time, get into a good career as best as you can. I know the H-1Bs and AR are just ruining everything, and women in Jew daycare. But, like, do your best, work your ass off, get your shit together, and things will be okay. And so, just, take your time. Try to find non-drinking social events, like you said, which are unfortunately far and few between, but they do exist out there somewhere, right? Gas stations, there you go. I'm coming from my woman bias again, but, listen, if you can find a cute girl at a gas station, go ahead and riz her. Then again, my relationships when I worked at the gas station didn't work out, so, maybe I shouldn't be saying that, but hey, listen, that does exist. Become a regular somewhere. That way. And, just your time and just focus on yourself. And thank you, Hula Chupa, for being, for the $10 deals. Thank you. Just keep woman hating rants coming. It's a salve for my bruised soul. Oh, don't worry. I can rant about women all day, every single day. Yeah, I beat the dead horse. I'm a one-trick pony, but hey, I'm still here for it, right? Welcome to my dog and pony show. Have a colleague at work who has first kid at a young age of 47, so it definitely can happen? Yes. Is it a bit later? Is it later than a man should? Probably, but hey, better than nothing, right? But just don't give up. Men age like wine, women like milk. Women like older men. Like, oh my god. The whole discourse of like, she's 19 years old, you sick fuck! She's literally a child! It irritates me to no end. Like, it's until relatively recently, like 10-year-old, not 10-year-olds. Definitely not 10 years old. But 10-year age gaps were very common because of this. Women's fertile years are between 16 and 30. men usually get their shit together by 30 or 25 to 30. So that usually makes a wide enough age gap there. So that's just how it works. That's always how it's worked. It's only in the modern age that they've closed the gap, and that's still not even normal. Like, oh man, there's a huge wave of chats just increasing there. I'd rather have a girl close to my age. I don't know what your age is, but if you're in your 30s, you do not want that, because the chances of birth defects and complications, and you have a shorter window to have multiple kids. Not great. Not great. Half your age plus 7 before it gets weird. I mean, it depends, right? Like a 15-year age gaps are fucking weird. If you're not, I should say fucking weird. Are weirder if you're like 25 and 40. But like, it still can happen. And it's still not the end of the world. Like, you can still find things in common. And the whole excuse of like, well, you're not gonna have anything in common is absolute BS. Especially in the modern age, where so many things are on the internet now for entertainment. That transcends age in that case. You'll be fine. Be fine. Late 20s? Well, I mean, listen, you do you, buddy, but if she's in her late 20s, you still have a very short time scale. She was 17 in 364 days and 23 hours and 59 minutes, you sick freak. I love that meme so much because it just shows the absurdity of the whole the age debate that happens on Twitter. It's mostly an online issue because in real life it doesn't matter that much because people inherently recognize age gaps are actually relatively normal. It's only the old croons crying about it. In 50 seconds, don't forget. I almost read your chat, Hula Trooper. I'm not reading that. Me, the streamer, reading that? Fuck no. Woo, buddy. Aisha was 6, you bigot. I am only 16, so don't care about that. Odds. Why did you have to state your age, you dumb fuck? Snap his balls. Actually, don't snap his balls, he's 16. Just throw him out the window, okay? Fucking hell. Don't fucking say your age if you're on the internet. Oh, okay. No, this is the 18 plus only for legal reasons. Hypocritical, I know, because I was watching Sargaruni when I was 16 as well, and I think it's very important for kids to be aware about these different issues and talk about that. But unfortunately, due to how streaming works, I have to say, if you are under 18, you have to get the fuck out. Get the fuck out. I don't want you here. Okay? It's for the safety of myself and my community. It's unfortunate because I do think talking about these issues, especially for young men, is actually really important. But unfortunately, you stated your fucking age. Don't fucking state your age if you're under 18, you dumb fucks. This is golden rule of the internet. You don't state your age, your location, your real name, or show your real face. Oh my fucking god. Anyway, please die. Not actually in real life, obviously, but just internet-wise. Don't do that. Don't do that, okay? Goodbye, Cheddar. See you in 2 years. Yes. Yes. Come back in 2 years. I'm sorry. Only 07's in chat. Like, and I feel bad because, like, I'm coming from a position of bias here because, like, I got into politics when I was 12, which is too young for a child, but it did work out in my favor in the long run. And I was watching Sargaruni when I was 16. I do think watching Sargaruni and having a good father figure as instrumental to why I am who I am to this day, right? And, you know, the whole, I just get my points from men. It's completely true because I did watch Sargaruni for so long. But it's the fucking internet. You don't say real age for this fucking reason because it calls for predatory issues. Ugh! God God damn it. God damn it. Kids are dumb. Like, god damn it. Quick, say you're joking. Wait, why not my real face? Oh, come on, buddy. You know better than that. I'm not... They're gonna make me think you're also 16. Nothing personal, kid. Yes, exactly, right? Nothing personal to the 16-year-old, right? It's nothing against you. I'm glad if I can help you out with getting a girlfriend and getting your life together, that's great. Unfortunately, you're 16, so get the fuck out of here. Ugh! It's fine to inform yourself at a young age. Just remember to keep it private and enjoy your youth. Yes, also, don't worry about things if you're 16. If you're 16 and you worry about getting a girlfriend and you're a guy, no, don't. Don't worry about that. Like, don't. Like, you have nothing to worry about. Women have no interest in you when you're 16. Like, and that's normal. Women like older men once again. Just wait until you're 30, then you'll be fine. Are you secretly Sargon's kid? No, I'm not. I wish I was, but I'm not. But, like, I love my dad. I don't really want to call him, like, I don't want to say Sargaruni's my father figure, because I feel like this discredits my dad. But Sargon has such a big influence on me that I'd be stupid to deny that. Like, I would not be who I am today without Sargon. 100%. Don't give up, Amal. Keep self-improving, grow with knowledge. Yes, I am. I'm doing my best. I don't, like, obviously I overshare quite a lot, but I don't really, like, get into my personal life too much, I would say. Like, okay, yeah, it's kind of known that I have a shit mom, but I try not to talk about her too much because it's really depressing and it really kills the mood of the stream, and it makes me very upset. It makes me extremely upset whenever I talk about her. So I try to, like, avoid, like, deeply personal things. But when I started Amalgamyte, which was back in August of 2024, I didn't start streaming yet. I didn't start streaming till November. But I decided I want to become a VTuber and a streamer back in August of 2024. And I started working my way. I started, like, investing into different things, making design, like, doing research on what the stream, like, how to stream, different things like that. I was not in a good place. Like, I'm still living with my dad now, right? And I was living with my dad back then. But I was not in a good place whatsoever. And now, a year and a half later, I am much better. I am significantly better. Like, unfortunately, because I black pill so much with politics, I do let politics get to me too much. I have to figure out a way to handle it better, but I haven't yet. But overall, my life has improved significantly. And a large part of it is because of streaming and you guys. And, like, I know this sounds really stereotypical and gay, where, like, the streamer has some sort of, like, tragic horror story happen with themselves and everything like that. I'm not gonna go, like, that full mile there, right? And streaming saved them from suicide. I'm not gonna go that full mile either. But it has helped me significantly, and I have gotten my life a lot more on track compared to where I was in August of 2024. So I am much happier. So thank you. Thank you. I've done absolutely nothing, and you're welcome. Well, no, you haven't done absolutely nothing. Like, Aloof Hatter, you've been here for a long time. You chat a decent amount, and even if you didn't chat and you're just a lurker or VOD pro, still you just helping support me by either being like a warm body or just, you know, a number on the screen helps a lot. And my streaming career, you know, that type of deal. So, you haven't done nothing. You've been here. I know this sounds really homoerotic, and I've been really gay this stream. It's probably because of the blood moon. My apologies about it. And also being Kick Partner. Kick Partner definitely was a huge... I was... Finally hitting Kick Partner was definitely very happy for me last night. In that case. But, like, you haven't done nothing. Like, you literally being here is what matters. Do absolutely nothing to rise up. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Glad you're doing better. Well, thank you, chat. I hope I hope that I've been able to help you guys, at least some of you guys, be a little better. Like, I know we black pill a lot. Like, I am the black pill streamer. I know we go over bad news a lot and talk about a lot of the same things, and a lot of times it doesn't really seem like it's getting any better. But I hope that even with like the content itself being a bit more depressing, I hope that in some way, shape, or form, I'm able to help your guys' life just by either being something, a noise in the background, or inspiration, or something else, something, right? Something that makes your life just a little bit better. Woman moment, I forgive you. Not really any better, but it's gonna be among like-minded visuals. Well, that's something, I guess. That's something. I mean, better than nothing. Better than nothing. Sometimes there ain't much worth thinking about ranting about politics. Hey, it's something that I'm heavily into, and you know, it's nice to talk about. It's nice to like Undead Warrior said. It's nice to be among like-minded individuals. I know I've grown a lot politically myself by actually being in my own independent girl boss. You know, I don't need no man type of deal. Stepping away from Sargruni myself, and I think that's been, even though it's a bit more depressing because the black pills and the tiny hats and everything like that, I do think it's better off for me as a whole. There. Nice. I have worth talking to myself. That was sarcasm. I enjoy this stream. Well, good. I'm glad you do. Glad you do. You're still live? Yeah, I should have ended this like 45 minutes ago, but I just went yapping. The blood moon has risen, and I was very fucking tired. I was falling asleep on Broken Crown earlier. That's why I excused myself, actually. Because one, I had to get ready for stream, and two, I was falling asleep, and I should not have accepted going on Broken Crown, but anyway, I guess it is what it is. So I drink gamer subs. I drink 16 ounces of gamer subs, and I haven't drank gamer subs in a very long time because I try not to drink caffeine because gamer subs make me pee a lot, and I don't like having to pee a lot during stream. But I am very awake now and very jittery and very yappy. I'm like sitting here. I mean, I always like tap my foot a lot, but I'm very like, now that I've taken the 16 ounces. Why that's a good thing at cutting caffeine out is that when I do take it, it hits like a truck. Probably should have taken 16 ounces though. I was just like, man, I feel like absolute death right now. Even though I've only been up for like 3 hours. I should probably, so to make sure I'm good for a stream, let's just do the full 16 ounces. And that was probably a mistake. That was probably a mistake because I'm just like yep. I can't even stay on topic. I just yep. Oh. So you buying Booney? Beanie mine Amal? I don't know what you're trying to say there, actually. I don't know what BNUY means. I'm just slightly retarded. So bunny? Oh, maybe bunny. I was like, I thought it was a typo, but I don't know what it means. I'm sorry. Amal's basically the squirrel from over the hedge. Unironically, yes. Unironically, yes, actually. Dang, stink bugs beware. I'm not gonna be raping any stink bugs, don't worry. Kind of disgusting, to say the least. Just a little bit disgusting. There. Ah, what am I doing? I'm doing drugs. Ah! Caffeine's literally drugs. Anyways. Okay, here. They're clearly sensitive to caffeine for the bladder. Maybe have an appointment for it. Maybe have overactive bladder. I had the same thing in my recommendation might help deal with it. It's only gamer subs. Because before I did gamer subs, I was drinking a little caffeine shots. From the same company that I have for my digestive shots. Because I have IBS. Because I have problems. I have lots of problems. And I didn't have the pee problem with that. Or like Starbucks, back when I was like into Starbucks. It's just something about gamer subs in particular that I have a problem with. Which, I mean, because it is what it is, so. Gamer subs do the same thing to me and my wife, to be honest. Okay, so I'm not the only one? Interesting. Okay. It must be something within gamer subs itself. Oh. Let's see here. Let's see. Definitely not a Frenchman. Thank you for the $5 dose. Thank you. Hi, Force Sweep. I know you're from the Archcast. Have you seen the Almighty Lolly stuff? Well, thank you for subbing by from the Archcast, and thank you, Arch, for bringing some people over. I don't know anything about the Almighty Lolly stuff, I'll be completely honest. I know that person exists. I know nothing actually about them. I don't know a lot of people. I kind of keep to myself, and even in my political days, I just kind of stayed in my lane and just watch Sargon and Friends. So I don't know anything about the Almighty Lolly stuff. I don't really pay attention to the drama from content either. So, yeah. Okay, so for some reason, I'm having a really hard time bringing up Kick. Actually, let me try it in Firefox. Can I bring up Kick in Firefox, please? There we go. Okay, Google Chrome decided, no, fuck you, we're not gonna bring up Kick. Okay. Oko is live. Here we go. Okay, so YouTube Bros, I'm sending you over to Mizu. Kick Bros, I'm sending you over to Oko here. Excuse me. It's been a while since I rated Mizu, so this is a long time coming. Neither of them are political. They look like they're playing a game right now. Do not, under any circumstances, bring up politics, okay? Bring up politics is lame and gay, and we don't like the gays here. We throw the gays out the building. Iran style. So, do not bring politics up in either of the chats. Just enjoy the stream. Here. Thank you, everybody, for all your subby bubbies, donos, and vigorous spankings. I do hope you enjoy this extra long tangent all over the place yapping stream. I will see you guys on Friday for the early Friday stream, 2:30 p.m. EST. Unless something crazy happens, we'll react to the Flight Form Syracuse video. Pray to God doesn't actually get shut down by then, but I think since it's been up so long, it's fine. So it should be good by Friday. And then, other than that, once again, thank you for the stream. Thank you for being here once again. Thank you for helping me hit Kick Partner. And, yeah. I think that's it. Good night, everybody. Bye. Bye. Bye, 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 bye.
I mean, hey, if Pac-Man affected us as kids, we'd all be munching magic pills and listening to repetitive electronic music, am I right?